food, but simply imagining and supposing and pontificating and debating.
Supposing to chimbe na tulime.
Bwana we.
Na tuweke mandizi, mahindi kule, tupande mahindi.
Hebu tafakari hayo.
Tunaweza pata mahindi
mingi sana bwana.
Kaka blaza.
Kamoja itatupatia kama guni 50. Safikiria bwana, safikiria tu.
Wewe fikiria tu.
Kama eka 5 hivi.
Bro, 5 months later you still won't have grain.
Na bado hadithi ndio hiyo unaeneza. Bwana fikiria tu.
Unajua ni
hapo katikati ya ninio bwana. Kuweka mboga hivi kama kunde hivi.
Tupande
bwana.
Managu.
So mahindi ndio hayo yanamea. Okay. Mboga ndio hiyo inamea. Bwana, si maendeleo hayo.
Nakwambia.
Bwana we.
Think about it. Hiyo tu ni hiyo. It's just a story.
Imeanza hapo na imeishia hapo.
Yeah. Yes. So you've got to get on your feet and do the planting. Do the sowing so that you can actually do the reaping later.
Inabidi sana.
I love those people of Namibia. They were indeed wise people.
Ndio walikaa kafikiria wakaona bwana we. Mambo ya kuongea kila wakati.
Naam. Kidogo itakuwa ni ngori.
Bwana.
So I'm seeing a video here of something happening in Tanzania. You know, they are about to go into their general elections.
Yes.
Have you seen any other candidates campaigning other than President Samia?
They have been accused of voter
suppression.
No, not voter. Opposition suppression.
So I'm seeing a video here posted by one Kenyan vigilante, and this is of course unconfirmed. We are in the age of AI. But from this unconfirmed video, we are seeing that protests have erupted in a place called Tarime, kule northern Tanzania, a day before the country's general elections.
Tarime is very near Migori.
This is where allegedly Heche alikuwa ametokezea. Unakumbuka kuna yule opposition leader mwenye ilikuwa inasemekana ni kama amekuja Kenya wakati wa mazishi wa Raila Odinga. So that Heche gentleman denied later on that he didn't come into Kenya because he was actually they were hunting for him to arrest him. So he had to come out and say, yo bro, me I didn't come to Kenya bana. I didn't. Where did you see me?
Bwana wacheni kuzusha nini uvumi bwana. Mliniona wapi?
I got to the border crossing, yes, for sure, but I was stopped from leaving and I went back to my home. So hizi story mnasema nilienda Kenya bana, wacheni. That's how scared he was for his life.
We have a problem in Tanzania, it appears.
A big one. Presidential candidate Boniface Mwangi yesterday wrote some not very kind words about President Suluhu.
I hope he's not planning to go back to...
I don't think he would after what he said, because he called the president of Tanzania. He used very mean words against the president of Tanzania, to the point of calling him the devil. So I don't think Boniface Mwangi will be going to Tanzania anytime soon, not as long as President Samia is still in power.
You know, I don't know, but it is good that we spread cheer and goodwill and good tidings to our neighbors.
Sure.
But politics, unfortunately, is on this continent of ours, is a dangerous occupation.
Totally agree with you.
It can transport you to meet your maker at a time you hadn't planned.
Right. It can. Getting back to this video, I'm seeing the protests that are apparently in Tarime, northern Tanzania. Bwana watu ni wachache. They are probably kama wameenda sana 100.
That's all right.
Nasema ni wachache kwa sababu gani? Because when you compare the numbers you see in the 254, my friend, this is a family gathering.
You know, it has to start somewhere.
Of course it has.
You know, the thing is this, my friend. It is not every country that has come to an understanding of how to deal with multi-party politics.
Yeah. It's true.
And until they're confronted with it, it's almost impossible for you to figure out. But when confronted with it, we see how they respond.
So you can check out more of those stories, starting with radiogeneration.co.ke. Let me just tell you what's happening on the front. I almost said front page, but yeah, this is actually the front page of radiogeneration.co.ke. UN raises alarm as Kenya fails to address human rights concerns. Kenya's human rights record has come under renewed international scrutiny after the government failed to respond to 2 formal letters from the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights Defenders, who raised alarm over alleged abductions, enforced disappearances, and the violent suppression of anti-finance bill protests. The UN Special Rapporteur, Mary Lawlor, wait, I hope I'm saying it correctly, but it's Mary Lawlor. Was it Lola? So it, yeah, Lawlor.
Okay.
Lawlor. That's how I'm saying it.
Roro.
Okay. Umesema Roro. The UN Special Rapporteur Mary said that the Kenyan authorities continued silence on the matter. Their continued silence on the matter rather reflects a worrying disregard for international human rights obligation, warning that the UN may be forced to raise the issue publicly if no explanation is provided. So, I mean, so the first letter, according to this story,
they've written 2 letters, Chief.
Yeah, was sent on 1st October last year, which sought the government's response to claims of arbitrary arrests, detentions, deportations.
Nani kama sisi, we did not respond.
Yeah. And I remember you mentioned this story yesterday.
Yes.
Then the second one was sent. Sent on August 5th this year, and this a year later.
We did not respond. Yes.
Sasa si tunaangalia barua kama and we're asking.
Hata huyu Mary. We disregard court orders happily. A letter.
Barua.
Letter. And she's only written 2. So we will respond.
Yeah.
I mean, why is she in a hurry to get a response?
Now, former Attorney General Justin Muturi has distanced himself from the whole issue, saying, I am not aware of the letter. I left the Attorney General's office on July 11th, 2024. Okay.
When was the first letter written?
October 1st. This is actually fair enough. Yeah, because he left in July, but really kuja 1st October. So in all fairness and in his defense, he's actually right.
It doesn't matter. And why I'm saying it doesn't matter, it is not just in Muturi. It is not the AG. It's the AG's office that deals with these things. But the letter is actually written to the Kenyan government. The AG is the legal advisor to the government. So it's not the person. Doesn't matter who is there. This letter was addressed to the government, and which means it was addressed to the executive, not the various branches of the government. So Mary, here in this country, we tend to disregard such things. Just so that you know. But in case you didn't know, I think you're beginning to get an idea.
I mean, even normal citizens wanarukanga nasema SMS ulinitumia gani? Ulikuwa unasema ndiko SMS? Au ulikuwa unaandisha 10,000? Sikuwa na message, lakini hata hivyo 10,000 sina. So it's the same case here.
So Mary, what you do, book an appointment. And go and see whoever you want to see.
So you would like her to book an appointment with the government?
Whoever it is she wants to see. Probably the head of state. Book an appointment.
Right.
Okay? There's a way in which you, as big UN person, rapporteur, book an appointment. And go and see the head of state and explain. The letter could have gotten lost in the mail.
But also... Okay, so Mary's first letter, sent on October 1st, sought the government's response to claims of arbitrary arrests, detentions, and deportations of human rights defenders.
Does it indicate who it is that the letter was written to directly?
In this news report, no.
Okay, let's assume it was written via the AG's whatever
office.
It can get lost. Okay?
Or get lost in the mail.
Yes.
Like inafika, then the person receiving the mail is like, hii imetoka wapi?
And I turn.
Inafaa kuendea nani? Sasa imeandikiwa the government of Kenya. Sasa government of Kenya ni nani hapa?
Nipeleke nani?
Wacha tu niweke hapa ile siku nitajua government of Kenya nani
nitapeleka. Yes. Because hajasema hii inaenda kwa Paul.
Yeah.
Hajasema hii inaenda kwa Edna.
Na mimi nilipelekea AG akasema imeandikwa aje government of Kenya. Mimi nakaa government of Kenya.
Acha kunichezea.
Bwana, hiyo barua rudisha mali imetoka.
Peleka upi?
Office of the President.
Sindio?
Then they took it to the Office of the President. Then the person receiving anasema unajua hii government of Kenya iko na watu wengi. Kuna Chief Justice pia ni government of Kenya. Kuna President ni government of Kenya. Lakini kuna speaker na speaker ni wawili.
Fanya hivi pelekea speaker of the Senate.
Inafika kwa speaker of the Senate. King anaangalia anasema hii si yangu hii kaka brother.
Sorry.
Me I only preside over 47 people here
and a few wengi vile
and a few nominated ones.
What you do, kuna mwingine anaitwa Tangula.
Anaishi ukitoka hivi nje kuna gate next. Peleka.
Huyo amekaa katika hizi nini anazielewa hizi. Kwanza ni wakili. Pelekea yeye.
Akapelekea Wetangula. Bwana yake tu si yangu.
Mary, andika barua nyingine tafadhali.
And I think anyway, Mary, like you said, she might actually have better luck if she
book an appointment.
Yeah.
Wanana echi haogopi kuwa na watu.
But here's the thing.
Yes.
Oh, you think she will just walk into State House?
I said book an appointment.
After booking that appointment?
I said book an appointment.
Bro.
She is UN. UN will be seen.
It is okay. She could be UN. She could be the President of the United States.
Those are two different things.
On that issue of do you want to see to understand what happened July 20 last year? Yeah, my friend, mtazunguka. Naona mkizunguka.
Book an appointment. Na acha kuzungumzia hii mambo ya barua wache. That letter got lost to the mail.
Hiyo ishaenda. Those two letters hizo ziko, they don't
nobody has seen them. I mean, for heaven's sake.
Yeah.
Who did she give it to?
She sent it to the government of Kenya.
She has a problem. That's a problem. Should have taken that letter
directly. Okay? Hand delivery.
Hand delivery with that book. That people
delivery note, whatever.
Yes,
note.
Yes.
We have received.
Stamp. So she would be telling us, I took it here.
Yeah.
I think she sent a letter.
Yeah.
The email address she knew was the correct one.
Yeah.
gov.ke.kenya. Hiyo.
Actually yetu inakwanga .go.ke.
So, what have I just said?
Umesema gov. So if she sent it to William S. Ruto at go.ke, my friend, yeye kufika mahali.
Mary, just book an appointment.
Wish you all the best. Wish her all the best. Let's check out our next story. But yeah, I mean, she's raising some very serious questions. And you know, they've said that there are consequences. They've said that if they don't get the response, or rather a response that is tangible.
Does she want a response, or does she want to keep talking about the letters?
What I think, the content of the letters was to inquire, like, what happened and what are you doing to address those issues of forced disappearances, abductions, Now, maybe she was looking to get a response such as, we are currently investigating, several officers have been arrested, or they are currently in court, several individuals have been indicted, or this and this is happening. I'm assuming that is the kind of response she was waiting for, or at least expecting. So if she doesn't get that on through the letters, they have said they will raise them publicly. What they mean by that,
but it's already public.
Yeah, so I don't know whether she means she'll do a public rally, come to Kamukunji and start asking people random. I don't know. I guess we'll just wait and see how that pans out. Now, MPs question value for money in shillings 2 billion Green Park underpass project. I've heard so much about this underpass. I've heard so much about this underpass. Have you gotten a chance to take a look at it?
I know where it is.
That tunnel underneath Pale Haile Selassie.
Exactly where it is.
Yeah.
Yes.
Now, apparently, it is been built by guess who? China Road and Bridge Corporation.
Good.
And they're saying that there will be an underground market in there.
Well, you know how it is. You know my view on such things. When they finish it, so we'll go and see.
Oh yeah. So concerns are mounting over 2 billion shillings Green Park pedestrian underpass in Nairobi. 2 billion. It cost 2 billion.
Why are you worried?
No, I'm not worried. I'm shocked.
Why are you shocked?
2 billion to create an underpass. Kutengeneza shimo.
It's not as simple. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Then
I don't think anyone has, apart from the constructors.
The thing is,
yeah.
take the time and go and look for it. You'll be able to see it, and then we'll discuss. May I have seen it?
Saskiza story. Oh, you've been there?
I have seen it, my friend.
Okay.
Yes.
So concerns are mounting over the shillings 2 billion Green Park pedestrian underpass in Nairobi after members of parliament questioned its design, quality of construction, and compliance with accessibility standards. Yeah. So the Transport and Infrastructure Committee of the National Assembly, which inspected the site, said the project may not serve the intended purpose despite its huge cost. Lawmakers said the tunnel located where Haile Selassie Avenue meets Uhuru Highway does not reflect value for money. Their main criticism centered on the elevators meant to serve persons with disability. We have elevators, which they described as too small, and the absence of a ramp as required by law. They also expressed dissatisfaction with the small commercial spaces allocated for the 39 shops within the underpass. 39 shops, 2 billion. Bro, kwani tunajenga nini hapo chini? What else is being constructed there?
What I said and what I urge you, let's do this. Let's look for a time so that the two of us can go and see it. So when we come back here, you'll be discussing something we've already observed.
Okay.
And so we'll be talking from a position of
knowledge. So according to one MP, anasema the project is impressive in idea but wanting in execution. This is India MP George Kariuki, who chairs the committee. We cannot fail to point out some gaps. For a project worth 2 billion, we expect a better design. Okay, so the remaining works include mechanical and electrical installations, interior finishing, landscaping. Landscaping? Underground?
Why not?
Bwana ni nini sijui jeshimo. Landscaping and the setup of CCTV and other security systems. Once fully completed, the underpass is expected to decongest the busy Green Park and Haile Selassie roundabout area, improving safety and ease pedestrian movement across the city's major roads. So acha nikuulize kitu moja City.
Ask me two things. Why are you limiting it to one?
And I'll ask one. Okay, maybe one and then maybe two more within that one. Why do we have landscaping underground?
As I said,
you
need to go and see it, then we'll be able to comment on it from a position of knowledge.
And then I'm also concerned about...
you are thinking of a tunnel that people use to move from one place to the other under a road. This isn't that.
It is a city underneath.
It is something else.
Okay.
That is it. So let's go and see it. Then when we come back here, we'll even take pictures. So we can tell our listeners,
this is what we saw.
This is what it's about. Then we can now query the 2 billion. Sawa.
Okay. Sawa City. Ushasema.
Sawa.
But kweni ulikuanga umepewa tenda hapa umetetea kitu sana?
No, it's not that. It's not just that. I have moved away from the position of everything that I don't understand, I criticize.
Okay.
When I criticize it, I'll be criticizing it from a position of knowledge. And abundant knowledge at that and information. So I'll be saying, normally this is what it costs to build X square meters of property if it is above ground. When it's underground, this is what it blah 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 blah.
Okay.
Like so.
All right, sasa basi. Sisi ushasema. Ningependa niwasomee traffic, but leo sitawaekea ile soundtrack ya traffic kwa sababu mitambo kidogo imeleta noma. But I'll tell you for a fact that Ngong Road currently is looking bumper to bumper as opposed to other times. Today it looks a bit bumpish, for lack of a better word.
It's more bumper to bumper.
It's more bumper to bumper-ish. So kuna hii stretch ya Prestige Plaza kutoka Double Tree by Hilton Hotel, stretching all the way to Ring Road Kilimani, imeshikamana kwa sasa. That means that you guys probably will find it difficult to maneuver that particular area, but the rest of the road looks fantastic. Raila Odinga Way, aka Mbagathi Kosawa, Langata Road pia, no complaints coming through from that particular area. Southern Bypass mnakaa fiti. Mombasa Road no complaints whatsoever. Then kuna kaka stretch ka kutoka Donholm all the way to Airport North Road, also looking clean. A few pockets here and there of course of traffic, but nonetheless you guys are moving A-okay. Anything on the road you think I should know? Hala at a brother. Before I get into the newspaper, let me just give a few shout outs to people here watching in. We have Big Daddy Cool. Good morning, Big Daddy. And then Don Sabu anasema, Jeff Bosire, I see you as well. And then we have Don Sabu anasema, Kenya is a fragile country, just a peep at security, education, health, politics, SHA, Haiti, UNGA, military, etc. And one can convulse. Yeah, I get your stress. Then we have Douglas Kibonga anasema, morning City Mbuvi and Edna. City, for some places like here in Australia, there is a season where the sun rises by 5 a.m. So you have to adjust your clock forward by an hour. That's daylight saving. Oh yeah, Douglas, I am aware of that concept as well, of daylight saving. But thanks for the updates. Then Gerard Sakwa, Mbuvi and City, good morning. Good morning to you too. Peter Angela, good morning. You're saying that you're tuned in from Tuda in Mombasa. Then we have Peter Wanjala. Mbuvi, ask CT, does democracy end at the ballot? Like, does administration entail democracy or autocracy?
No, democracy cannot end at the ballot, neither does it begin at the ballot. The ballot is a manifestation of a form of democracy. But true democracy is when the tenets of democracy are practiced by those who have found positions of authority and power through that very, very process of democracy, which is manifested by our voting, like in our system, a multi-party system. So that is how I would look at democracy.
And we exercise democracy even after the ballot.
We practice it every single day.
Public participation.
Even this commentary that we are responding to is part of that
democracy.
Democracy opens up space, and the individual's rights are enshrined in our constitution. So you have the leeway. It is, as a Kenyan, you have the right to express yourself. Doesn't mean you go around insulting people, but you have the right to express yourself. You have the right to prefer an opinion and so forth. And others also have the right to differ with you, not to insult you and call you names. Just differ and say, look, I differ with you. Okay? There's a habit I've seen on social media where, people go at you hammer and tongs. There is, whatever the English language can describe that is derisive, they will call you that particular name. No, that one, no. That is abusing and misusing the tenets of democracy.
Yeah.
Yes.
Crazy stuff. So Peter Angela, I hope that answers you. John Utu anasema, good morning Mbuvi and CT. Actually he said, good morning my beautiful TV station. Say hi to CT. Doha, niko tuned in.
There used to be a singing group called Bonnie M. They sang a song, Daddy Cool.
The Daddy Cool.
But you've got it. You've got it.
Daddy Cool. I know them. So John Mutua. John Mutua, good morning to you too, bro. Gypsy Kora anasema, oh dear, I forgot to adjust my clock. Hi Mbuvi and CT. Well, Gypsy Kona, a very good morning to you, and hi to you as well. Michael Olande, good morning CT and Mbuvi. Michael, good morning to you too. My take 2.1 anasema hivi, unajua messages za my take lazima nizisome zote before I read them out loud.
It's important.
Yeah.
Soma kwanza.
Oh yeah, there we go. He says, I don't understand. This is now my take 2.0. I don't understand why emphasis is only put on recent injustices, but not also the past ones. What is so hard dealing with all this since 1969 onwards? Good question.
It's our laws. There is a period of time beyond which the statutes actually run out, so you are not able to prosecute it, and that is why they spoke about 2017. Was it 2017?
Yeah, they said 2017 towards this side.
Exactly, because anything before that, according to our laws, the statutes of limitations have run out, so you cannot prosecute.
Yeah,
there are legal issues that you must understand. Normally it's 7 years. 7 years is the time period you have to prosecute certain things.
Yeah.
Now, if you started prosecuting it 7 years down the line, and you keep prosecuting regularly, then you will still be within the time frame within which you can actually deal with the matter. But if there's been silence on the matter and a certain period of time has lapsed, it's something that you cannot pursue legally.
Yeah.
So now, if you talk about amendments, so these 8 bills that we keep talking about and we find contentious, those are some of the things that should have been pushed and said, guys, given just the number of wrongs that have been committed against citizens of this country, let's expand this thing.
Yeah.
On these matters, let's expand these statutes of limitations.
Yeah.
Let's just have a completely different discussion or rule book when it comes to these specific matters, these ones.
And also, just to answer this issue of 1969, perhaps, and this is just, again, I'm not a lawyer, I wouldn't, but you see, the thing is, first of all, some of the victims might already be dead, number one. Number two, some of the witnesses might also be dead. Number three, also the evidence might have been seriously either distorted or destroyed.
Actually, even if it isn't the evidence, even your own memory.
Again, there's that.
You may be alive and well, but believe me, you cannot think or you cannot remember with great accuracy something that happened
in 1969.
Forget that last year. Even 3 days ago, you'll be amazed at what the memory can do for you.
Yeah.
Other things have come in, so you may narrate what you believe to be what happened 3 days ago, but it will not be. No.
Yeah, so
the human memory doesn't quite work like that as people think. It's not, as people assume it is accurate. It actually isn't.
And justice might not be served correctly because it might end up either disadvantaging someone, or someone might benefit where they shouldn't have benefited.
Remember, we had that discussion here with people who actually understand the law, and they're saying that this discussion ought to go beyond what we're just looking at. A specific statute ought to be created specific to these, so that when you deal with these matters, it's under that particular statute and not the broad umbrella under which we've been looking at it from.
True. Aya, Gypsy kona sema CT seeing is believing anamaanisha hiyo story kwenda kwa ile underpass.
Ni muhimu tuone tuone. Ndio tukija hapa tunaongea juu ya kitu ambacho tumechukua picha.
Yeah. My take is asking, kwani how easy is it to construct such an underpass? I think we just like criticism. For those who've been involved in construction one way or the other, excavation alone for that place would be so complex and costly. I think sometimes our criticism should also be logical. But my take also, it is good to ask. Yeah? Kuuliza wahenga walisema si ujinga. So ni vizuri kujua, kuuliza, juu ukijibiwa basi unajua.
But he's not talking about kuuliza.
No, he's talking about the criticism part.
Yes.
Yeah. Because you see, and perhaps it's because I'm asking, hey, 2 billion kutengeneza place kama ile.
You ulikuwa na maka, which is correct, because 2 billion pesa nyingi. You see, he is right. Na kukosoa kitu haina ubaya, isipokuwa it is good to do so from a position of knowledge. See, if we're discussing something that we haven't seen before, that's why I said, I halt, I go and see, take pictures, then I come back here and then talk.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nyaboke anasema, oyaore, my people, have you ever prepared a speech and it disappears once you open your mouth?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I have found that particularly difficult when it comes to funerals.
Oh.
Yes, I have an idea what I want to say. Then when I stand up, zoop,
zinaenda zote.
Gone.
Yeah.
I am actually blank.
It's normal. All right, one last one before we get into the papers. Gypsy Kona anasema, sometimes historical prosecution is better to make present a better place. We learn from experience, stroke mistakes. Very true. All right, let's get into the papers. First page of the Daily Nation says, Trump aid freeze triggers HIV crisis. US President's USAID funding cuts have significantly impacted Kenya's HIV treatment program. Patients previously received 6-month antiretroviral supplies now get fewer drugs, forcing frequent hospital visits and increased costs. Viral load testing, once free, now costs up to 3,000 bob. Decades of HIV progress could be wiped out. This is according to the Healthy Nation magazine pullout. A smart padlock securing largest national exams. You can check that out on page 4 and 5. ODM moves to preempt. Is it preempt or preempt? Anyway, to preempt post Raila power feud.
Preempt.
Yeah, I think hawajaandika vizuri hapa, but yeah. So ODM moves to preempt post-Raila power feud. Check that story on page 12. Biya, who is 92 years old, has won an 8th term in Cameroon, sparking riots. Stories on page 26.
Woi. Woi.
Yeah, man. So page 10, detectives turn to 7 phones in shillings 8 billion drugs bust probe. Yeah? Detectives turn to 7 phones in 8 billion shillings drugs bust probe. That story is on page 10. And then upper front page of the Standard, wanasema keep off politics. Cabinet secretaries have been traversing the country in full campaign mode, using public resources and state platforms to drum up support for UDA candidates in the ongoing by-election campaigns and President Ruto's 2027 second term bid. The campaigns have drawn senior public servants, including those that hold offices that the Constitution determines to be purely apolitical. Now, LSK wants a court determination to bar them from active politics, arguing that such behavior is partisan, a case of misuse of office, making them unfit to serve all Kenyans. So people who've been mentioned here include the Prime Cabinet Secretary Musalia Mudavadi, Kipchumba Murkomen, Interior CS, Aden Duale, Health CS, and guess who? Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja. On page 6, yes, our citizens have been lured into the Russian war against Ukraine. Finally, Mudavadi amesema. Alafu back page pale, Kipchoge eyes another glorious moment as he races in New York City. Over to you.
Listen, I brought specifically for you.
Oh, did you now? Do you want me to read it out?
Nope.
Okay.
Just for you. If you wish to read it out, you
All
can.
right.
But
I'll check it out.
Good for you.
Yes.
I want to look at the East African. DRC trade defies war. Rwanda and Uganda have recorded increased exports to Congo in spite of the war in the M23 held eastern regions. Okay?
Yeah.
Right. Somali MPs query IALA list. A section of legislators have sued Mogadishu at EACJ over the manner in which nominees to the Regional Assembly were picked. This is good. Democracy at work. Tanzanian actress Elizabeth Lulu Michael, how prison humbled me. God Almighty. They imprisoned her. Okay. Katek's son who became president. Cameroon's Biya would be could be president till he turns 100. Well, this is the East African.
Anyway.
And if it was a prophecy, remember this particular paper came out on the 25th, which was yesterday. So Monday, whenever the 25th was Sunday. These results were not known. But we now know at 92, God willing, another 8 years and who knows. Okay. On October 29th, which is 2 days from now,
yes,
Tanzania will be going to the polls. Okay. Voters choose their representatives and president in closely watched polls whose integrity has come under scrutiny for favoring the ruling CCM, Chama Pinduzi. Will this election be free and fair?
It's a good question.
That is what we wish to see, isn't it? And free and fair according to whom?
Yeah. Free and fair according to the laws of free and fairness.
All right. Okay. And there are people who may differ significantly with it. Okay. Let's look at the Business Daily, shall we? Treasury moves to curb insurance payout denials. Drivers with expired licenses to qualify for compensation. Policyholders with unpaid premiums to get payments. What is interesting? Passengers and motorists involved in accidents where the driver has expired license will qualify for insurance compensation under proposed rules that also allow customers with unpaid premiums to enjoy coverage as regulators seeks to curb arbitrary rejection of claims. The Draft Insurance Claims Management Guidelines 2025 introduces strict timelines for claims processing, bans unreasonable grounds for rejecting claims, and imposes stronger customer service obligations to insurers. If adopted, the guidelines by the Treasury will require insurers to compensate drivers whose licenses may have expired at the time of an accident, provided they were not disqualified from holding one.
So if I happen to drive with an expired license and then get into an accident, I am still entitled to compensation.
Yes, if there is no caveat on you are holding a license.
Do you know insurance agencies actually, and not agencies but the companies themselves, wanatafutanga tu ka reason hivi wasikupatie pesa yako.
They will tell you small print. And those small print, it's there for a purpose. Those things are microscopic. You can barely read it.
For instance, if you get into an accident and you were not intoxicated, but they find a bottle of alcohol in your car, my friend, you're not getting compensated.
If that vehicle of yours has something called a spacer,
you're not being compensated.
Even if you wake up very early in the morning, you're not getting compensation.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Because the argument, and in my opinion, a solid one, you will have interfered with the stability of that vehicle.
True. I actually agree with them.
The manufacturer, they knew what they were doing.
Yeah.
Then you now want to become additional manufacturer.
For the spacers, I actually agree. But for this other part where, for example, you might have had a drink 10 years ago, okay, not 10, but a very long time ago, and the bottle was left in your car, and perhaps not even, you are not even the one who probably used that bottle. One of your passengers used that bottle and left it in your car. And then you happen to get into an accident. They will come and assume that City, you were drunk when you had that accident.
Yes.
And you will not get compensated.
Yes. Wash your car regularly
and get rid of any.
Yes, regularly means every day if you can.
It's a waste of water.
You shauri yako. 20 companies fined 2.2 billion for keeping unclaimed cash. Woi! 20 firms, including CIC Insurance and Equity Bank, have been fined 2.2 billion for failing to transfer unclaimed assets such as dividends, insurance dues, and savings to a state agency that reconnects idle properties with their owners. Yeah, but if it's unclaimed, the owner doesn't have to be the person who put it there. Maybe there was a will, and maybe there are people who are bequeathed this. So those would be the owners. 15 of the 20 companies have been fined at least half of the value of the assets they failed to transfer to the Unclaimed Financial Assets Authority, according to disclosures by the Auditor General. Candidates sit for KJSEAEA test.
You know, when you said KJ, actually went back to the MP. So they sat on the MP.
No, they didn't sit on the MP.
Okay, so they sat for their end of year examinations.
Yes. Okay. It's called Kenya Junior School Education Assessment. There used to be an exam in the olden days which you took when you got to Form 2. It was also called Kenya Junior.
Oh.
In fact, there are 4 exams. There's one you did in Standard 4. There's one you did in Standard 8 or 7. There's one you did in Form 2. There's one you did in Form 4. And at every stage, these exams could qualify you to go to a village polytechnic, a polytechnic, etc., etc., etc.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you believe that was a good system?
I think it was. It needed tampering.
But now, you see, you have 4 major national exams right there.
Yes.
Umesema Standard 4, Standard 7, Form 2, and then, of course, Form 4.
I haven't finished. Form 6.
Oh, and then now this. So you have 5 major national examinations.
But
that's pressure 4 times.
Over time, the form Standard 4 one was removed. Then the Form 2 one was reduced. Reduced. Then we remained with only 2.
Standard 7 and Form 4.
Standard 3. Standard 7, Form 4,
and Form 6.
Then they removed Form 6. To remain with
2. Yeah, because you know the pressure that comes with national examinations?
Not really. The conversation around the pressure has overtaken the benefits that system actually provided. Every time we talk about these things, we talk about them as being absolutely and totally draconian, and that people suffered immensely as a result of it. If you are taught and you understand the need to have the exam, you prepare for it.
But bro, do you know what used to happen around exams? Let me tell you in case you've forgotten. Watu walikuwa wanaokoka. Hiyo ndio ulikuwa unapata watu wakiokoka because now they want to pass exams. Not because they have been studying the entire 8 years or 4 years of high school and primary, but because they are actually afraid and they feel like if God forgives them, they will pass the examinations. And when they get saved, get born again, they will pass this exams.
How did that arrangement work?
I'll probably need to ask those ones who got saved because I wasn't among them. But the people who had, and then now there's the other pressure. People, kuna watoto wanafunzi hata walikuwa na drop out of school because they realized by the I'm going to embarrass myself more than I have already embarrassed myself. I've been failing throughout.
And the exam was blamed.
Yes, yeah. Of course they would blame the examination for that. So they'll be like, since standard 1 all the way till standard 8 nimekuwa nikiitwa mjinga ng'ombe. Walimu wenzangu wamekuwa wakiniambia mimi ni mjinga. My fellow students of course think I'm also useless. So why should I do this exam and embarrass myself?
If you want to apportion blame, don't apportion blame on the exam.
But you see, as a child who's about to sit for exam,
no,
they don't have that psychology.
My reference point is not the child. My reference point is the narrative that then became dominant with regards to exams.
Yeah,
and it was, exams have been thoroughly demonized.
And the fact that, and especially with the grading system where and not just grading but ranking, where schools were ranked according to number 1, 2, 3 and students.
I personally do not see what was wrong with that. I mean, I've heard arguments.
I'm also not seeing anything wrong in
how
that.
Wrong it was. I don't understand.
Yeah, but there was that pressure where
what brought about the pressure was people then focused solely on passing the exam, and certain things that were absolutely heinous came into being.
Sasa hapo ndipo shida ilikuwa sisi.
Exams, how people would move heaven and earth to ensure that they get the exams. Now, it's parents who know how to do these things. Okay? Is this parents with twisted minds who will do anything for the children to pass? How on earth do you help your child when that is the way you look at these things, that anything and everything is okay so long as you want your child to do well? Passing the exam isn't doing well. It's your child having a great understanding of what is wrong and what is right. But the parents had decided that isn't going to happen. You
remember there's a time where parents would buy examination papers for their kids.
Well, you know, the one I was telling a story of how when the days when I was an examiner, there's a child who actually put 200 shillings in that booklet. Yes.
Oh yeah, when ulikuwa unatuambia jana.
Yes.
Yeah, so there's that. There are parents who actually buy and they don't know that these are fake examination papers, but because of that desperation for your child to pass. And also there are some teachers who will again also fall for that trap. Unapata na some unscrupulous business person out there tells you, look, sisi ndio tuna print your exam na tuko na hizi paper. Here's mathematics paper 1. Yeah. Then you're given some fake examination paper, but of course it's a revision paper like any other. Yeah. So there are those moments and situations, and it's because of that pressure around a national examination. Like, our school has got to be the best. My son has got to be the best. Then there's the one who's like, my child who ni danda head. Na asipopita exam hataenda university poa ama high school poa.
It is why the current system that we have, if you look at the details, that's what they're trying to cure.
Yeah.
Okay?
And I like that medicine.
This system is a very good system.
Yeah.
But it required a lot more piloting, a lot more tweaking, a lot before we actually implemented it. Because the process of implementing it the way we have has cost very many students. There's a generation of students who did not begin well.
Yeah.
Almost an entire term passed before they were taught anything. We hadn't rationalized and figured out where we're going to get the teachers to teach some of these subjects and at what level. We haven't figured out where we're going to nestle the junior high school. All these things hadn't been figured out. We hadn't figured out how we're going to get enough science teachers. All these things,
whether
it is STEM, whether it is what, there's a lot we may have had on paper but in reality, we had not prepared for. And the problem with education, if you're not prepared for it, the people who bear the brunt are the students.
The students.
Yes.
Yeah. But I pity them. I really pitied, and I pitied especially my group. Me, Ninajua, there are people who committed suicide. And I'm talking about students here who committed suicide because they had this immense pressure to perform well during the exam. And already they were performing well during normal school time rather. And just because we've gotten this calendar whereby now it is the national exam, bwana, watu walijinyonga wengi sana, and it was really, really unfair.
Si wengi, bro. If it was wengi, it would have been a national crisis. Some people may have committed suicide, but walikuwa si wengi.
Sawa City.
Yes.
Kisi watu wengi sana walikufa.
No, si
but
wengi.
Watu walikufa City.
They didn't need to die, and you're right in that respect. The problem, once again, if we're to point fingers, was not the exam.
Yeah.
You can prepare students for a difficult exam. You can prepare them even psychologically so that they're prepared to sit for the exam and to manage the pressure. The pressure came from the parent. The pressure came from the system where if you didn't get a certain grade, the pressure was outside the exam itself. The pressure was from people who use that exam to pile pressure. The exam itself was not the pressure.
Okay.
You can actually train, teach. Now I'm speaking as somebody who did that for very many years, 19 years to be precise. People can be prepared mentally, psychologically for an exam so that they actually understand what is going on.
All right. Can you talk about President Biya for a second before we get into the news?
92-year-old president.
Hey, Bana.
By all means.
Page 26.
Yes.
So this is what is going on. He was elected yesterday. His opponent got 35% thereabout. He got 53. And then about 20% of those votes were spoiled. I don't know what the plan is here. There's a video that resurfaced sometime last year, I think it was, when the president, that is President Biya, was struggling to maintain. Acha niseme he was unable kujiweza na kujishikilia during a meeting. It was a Pan-African meeting of sorts where we had presidents from other countries, such as President Kagame was there, ministers from different countries and so on and so forth, prime ministers as well. And this guy did not know where he was. And it was very embarrassing and it was cringe just watching that particular video where he was asking his aides, hapa ni wapi? Who is here? Is there any important person in this particular room? Oh, I should talk right now. Then he was told, Mr. President, your microphone is on. Then he was like, oh, so I started talking. And I was like, man, this is bad. So that man who is 92 years old has been elected for another term.
How old is the president of Nigeria?
Tinubu. I've forgotten. How old is he? I know he's quite old. How old is he?
So I want you to find that out.
All right.
I'm simply trying to say because the very things that you say of Biya have been said and have been seen of this very same president. Yes.
Let me just check out real quick. Wanasema according to this Google, he's only 73 years old. He's 73 according to this. He is called Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Adekunle Tinubu.
Yes.
He was born on 29th March 1952. Raila is older than President Tinubu, or rather was older than President Tinubu.
Okay.
So ako tu sawa. Ama unataka kusema ati walidanganyana kwa ID yake. Anyway, let's get into the news with Winnie Maganga. When we do return, of course, the conversation continues right here on the People's Breakfast.
In the beginning, there was morning radio.
I've never seen anything like this.
But now there is Radio Generations, the People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast.
Generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Human rights groups have raised concern over the disappearance of Kenyan activists Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo, who went missing in Uganda after reportedly joining opposition campaign activities earlier in October 2025. The two were allegedly abducted by armed men in Kampala and have not been seen since. Ugandan authorities have denied holding them, prompting an outcry from rights organizations in Kenya and the region demanding their immediate release. Here's Amnesty International Kenya Executive Director Irungu Houghton.
We call on the Kenya government to use all means necessary to return Bob and Nick to their families. Furthermore, that the Ugandan government has an obligation not to kidnap and to enforcibly abduct Kenyans while they are legitimately and legally, lawfully in Kampala. So we are calling on the Ugandan government to release Bob and Nick back to their families. And as we said at the beginning, we are now moving to the National Assembly and to Senate, and for them to raise their voices on this issue.
The governments of Kenya and Russia have reached an agreement for the release of Kenyan nationals detained in various military camps across the Russian Federation. In a statement issued on Monday, October 27, 2025, Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs Musalia Mudavadi said the agreement followed months of consultations aimed at securing the safe returns of Kenyans caught up in Russia-Ukraine conflict. The ministry revealed that the several Kenyans have already been rescued from military bases and issued emergency travel documents to facilitate their safe return home. President William Ruto has announced plans to extend the Nairobi-Nakuru-Mau Summit Highway to more western counties including Kericho, Kisumu, Uasin Gishu and Busia. This comes amid growing public debate over the public-private partnership model being used to finance the project. Speaking in Nakuru County during the launch of Mau Forest Conservation and Livelihood Program, the president said the project, funded through a public-private partnership, aims to benefit more Kenyans beyond Nakuru.
Next month, hii mwezi wa 11, hii barabara yenu ya kutoka Nairobi kuja Nakuru mpaka Mau Summit, na sasa nimesema sitaki ikwame Mau Summit, nataka iende Kericho, iende Kisumu na iende Eldoret, iende Malaba. Hiyo barabara ya dualing tunaanzisha mwezi ujao. Na tunaanzisha mwezi ujao kwa sababu tumeweka mpango maalum ambayo inaleta private sector katika ujenzi wa barabara.
The National Assembly Housing and Urban Development Committee has called on contractors working on affordable housing projects to increase the number of workers on site. During an inspection tour of various projects in Nairobi County on Monday, the committee noted that some contractors had reduced their workforce despite receiving timely payments from the government. MPs, however, said the project remains on track and are progressing within the set timelines.
Which we are asking the ministry that if you knew or if you know that PPP takes so much time, please do not enter any other agreement with any investor on PPP unless the investor proves they have money.
Our ask as a committee, as the chairperson has said, is that we need more people on this site. The capacity of this site does not warrant the number of people we are finding. So we would expect big sites to have thousands of people working on those sites, even for the program to be able to be implemented in shorter periods.
The man accused of killing right-wing activist Charlie Kirk will be allowed to wear civilian clothes during pre-trial hearings to avoid prejudicing potential jurors, a Utah judge has said. The judge said Tyler Robinson will be required to wear restraints during hearings, but photo or video of him in restraints will be barred. Robinson was arrested on aggravated murder charges on September 12, more than a day after Kirk was fatally shot while speaking at Utah Valley University. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Oh, yes, indeed. That is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. If you're just joining us, then karibu tena sana. We are 88.8 FM in Nairobi and on 90.7 in Mombasa. You can also get us on radiogeneration.co.ke. In studio, kama kawaida, Siti Muga is right here with me. But this time, we are joined by the Principal Secretary, State Department for Children's Services at the Ministry of Gender, Culture and Children's Services. It is none other than CPA Karen Agengo. A very good morning to you, Karen. Welcome to Radio Generation.
Good morning to you and good morning to all our listeners.
Yes, indeed. Your department is quite a busy one, I can assume.
Ministry.
The ministry, yes, of course. But the State Department for Children's Services is quite a busy one because a lot of children's, conversations do happen in that office. Maybe just as a highlight, what are some of the biggest issues that you deal with?
I want to just highlight the State Department of Children's Services falls under the Ministry of Gender, Culture and Children's Services. And this is a department that was formed this year, April, and the mandate of the department was clarified in June this year. So it's quite a new department. And the reason why this department was formed by His Excellency the President, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, is because children are very dear to this nation, and including our president, and also children's population in this nation are actually 42%. So we are actually having a population which in future will actually form the core of this nation in terms of the society and even in terms of the economic contribution to this nation. So that is the reason why this department was formed. Now, when I look at the mandate of the department, one key area is protection of children. And protection of children is to ensure that our children are safety of children wherever they are, whether they are at home or whether they are in school or wherever these children are. Children do move around but the basic place is first safety of children at home. But we do have children also who do not live in homes, and because they are not living with their families. So we have children now separated from their families, and they're also living in institutions, which are calling children institutions. And so we also must ensure safety of children in those institutions, because we have other people who have the responsibility of taking care of them. We also look at the rights of children. In this nation, the law provides for various rights of children, and so children have a voice. And in this particular child participation, we look at children being given opportunity to voice their concerns, to the government, so that the government can provide and meet those rights. For example, we have the right to basic education, where every child in this nation has a right to go to school. Basic education is up to secondary level. And then we also have the right of children to good health, to care of both parents, which is the basic requirement for both parents. And we also have various rights, living in an environment which is safe and good conditions. So there are various issues on rights of children. So we engage a lot with children through Children's Assembly to be able to get to know how they feel, whether their rights are being met or the government is providing for them, and also even if their rights are being infringed, be it in schools, be it at home. Children have a voice to do that. And then we also, in this department, we also provide for vulnerable children. Vulnerable children are children living in families that may not be in a position to take care of them. And so when I talk of vulnerable, are children in terms of economic background. These could be children who are orphans, and also children who could be living in families where the economic level is quite low. We could consider them poor, so that they are not able to provide for all the basic rights that needs that I talked about. And so the government comes in to supplement and provide for example, we do have a cash transfer program for those living with orphans and vulnerable children on a monthly basis to provide for their basic needs, food, and also just allow them to be able to go to school, buy basic needs for school. And so we have such programs. And we also do have programs on issues of adolescents. We note that there is really a great concern on teenage pregnancy. We have about 15% prevalence of pregnancy in among our teenagers. So we work also in this department to ensure we reduce this rate, and also to educate the young ones so that they avoid getting pregnant at an early age. And for those who already have babies or children, those are children of children, let me say child mothers.
Yes.
We work on a program to take them back to school, because we believe education is a right of the child, as it is in the Constitution and also in the Children's Act 2022. So those are just a few areas that I would highlight as the mandate of the department. But not forgetting that family is very key when it comes to children's issues. And so this particular year in June, the president clarified that we also have a mandate to promote family values in Kenya. And because we believe when a family is stable, then children will also live in a safe environment, and the children will not be separated from their parents. So we are promoting that to ensure we have a united family to where children live. Thank you.
Yeah. So when we're talking about children, for the sake of the listener, we are talking about an individual who's just been born all the way to what age? 18?
Yeah, we do have a definition of a child under the Constitution and under the Children's Act. A child in Kenya is anybody between 0 to 18 years.
Okay.
So before conception, that is 0, and after they are born, then we are up to 18 years. Anybody above that is an adult.
Again, just to be sure, because I might be 18, but I'm still in Form 4, for example, even Form 7, I mean Form 3, waiting to get to, Form 4. So if I am that individual, I am 18, but maybe I'm in Form 3, am I still considered someone under your jurisdiction?
Of course, we look at the age rather than where the child is placed in terms of education. But majority of children, I want to say they fall in the children in school up to high school. Average is about up to 18 years. And so should they be over 18, then they are not children. But we do have also a ministry in charge of basic education that is the State Department for Basic Education, that will also take care of their needs when it comes to secondary education.
All right, so I've understood that, because I just need to understand, because a lot of people will cross over that age of 18 while they're still undergoing through their education. All right. Second question, perhaps coming from me, is we've had so many currently marriages that are falling apart, and you find that children are caught in the middle of these battles between their parents. Is that also a situation that is under your jurisdiction to ensure that this child is well taken care of, regardless of what happens to both parents, whether they separate, decide to stay together, or in a case where maybe they even pass on due to whatever circumstances, this child is under your care as far as what happens to how the parents decide rather to move forward?
Yes, the department is there to support such matters, and it is within the mandate of the department. First, I would like to talk about separation, which is one of the things we really want to prevent through stronger families. And we are having a parenting program where we do training of parents to ensure they also live in harmony with each other. But should the parents separate, then the interest of the child is the basic thing that we look at. Actually, the Children's Act says that any action that you take should be in the best interest of the child first. So priority is the child, and then maybe the parents will come on board. So what we look at in the case of separation, the department will support these two parents to see how they can live together in terms of providing for this child. Where parents are separated, there are issues of custody. So if the parents would like to file for custody, then we say the child is entitled to both of them. So the children's officers who are working in my department will facilitate through the court process to ensure the best interest of this child is taken care of. Where this child will live, because the child will be asked, are you comfortable with this parent or not? So the best interest of the child really is important, and that's why you find cases of children where there are issues of separation and the two parents are talking about custody and they are differing on custody issues. The magistrate will always call the child so that the best interest of the child is taken care of. So my department will facilitate. I do have children officers who will do a report to the court, and they visit the families of these children to actually understand the environment where the child lives. They come to these homes, assess how the child lives, and give a report to the relevant authorities. In this case will be the court, where the magistrate will use this report to make a judgment that is in the best interest of the child. We have issues of parents not providing for their children. So in this case, again, the children officer will assess the ability of both parents, and where they find a parent is able to take care of the child, and then they'll also do a report and share with the court, where the magistrate will use this report to make a decision in the best interest of the child. So yes, my department is involved where issues of separation, where there are issues of death, children are left orphans, succession issues, the department will support because they will need to understand the background of these families and see how the child best interest can be taken care of. For example, if the child goes to school and there is some financial support required and there's issues of succession, the children officer comes in handy to do a report which will support that process. So we are very actively involved in the life of children through such processes, and we work closely with the national government administration officers, and these are the people that generally the public know as chiefs. The chief is very key in our work. in every place where we have children issues, the chief must be involved, because the chief of that locality understands their residents. So we work closely with them to be able to support any process regarding children. Where children are lost, we also work again with the chiefs, the police, because a report must be done on a missing child, and then we help to trace the families of these children and reunite them back with their families. So those are just a few when it comes to interest of the child.
This ministry that you work in has very many challenges. You are tasked with looking into the welfare of probably the largest population of people we have in this country.
Yes, that is true. I said 42% of Kenyan population are actually children, and then we have about 30% are youth, up to 35. So we are talking of then above that are now people who are above 35. So children are almost half of this population, and so you can imagine in the near future that is the kind of population that is going to develop this economy of Kenya. So we really must take care of them to ensure they have proper education, to ensure their values in the society are well grounded, moral, so that these are the future leaders of Kenya.
Tell us about some of the challenges that your ministry faces in simply making sure that they achieve the mandate that is theirs.
Being a new department, one of the things that I can say, the challenges that we are currently facing is on issues of funding. To be able to do all this, a lot is required in terms of facilitating all the officers. I told you the officer has to come all the way to your family if there are issues of a child. And so the major thing that I can say is limited finances, and we are hoping, because this is a new department, we are hoping we'll get a lot of support from the members of parliament to be able to enhance our budget to allow us deliver on this mandate. However, currently, even despite the limited funding, we do work with partners, and there are various partners in this particular space of children. So we work with them in terms of mobilizing for resources to be able to supplement what the government is having, and so that is how we are addressing the challenge. But I can say that is a major key challenge on the side of the State Department.
You mentioned something about Children's Assembly, if I got you right.
Yes.
How does this work?
So Children's Assembly is like a parliament where we have members of parliament. So this is a body that provides for children to come together and voice their concerns. These are children in school, and they do have a structure. In the counties, we do have a Children's Assembly where we have a governor for children in every county. They are supposed to establish their own chapter. For example, Nairobi chapter has a governor. I have met the governor for Nairobi, a child who is currently in high school. Is called Barak, and one of these fine days I will be bringing these children on this studio so that you meet them. I do have a president now for all the children in Kenya. This is a child who is based in Mombasa. Is called Smith. And so they have their own structure in which is similar to like the governors. the setup is like that. The children from various schools will appoint their leaders. Then they will have the governor, the deputy governor at the county level. But it starts from the school level. So you in a school, you would hear a child calling themselves, I am a cabinet secretary of this department. They have a CS in charge of water. So they will ensure the sanitation within the school is taken care of. If you have a child maybe in charge of ICT, this child will be ensuring they push the school to provide for them tools for learning ICT. We have for education and all that. So these children are very active, and one of the key ones is even children championing for the climate. And I have climate change champions who are also in this children assembly. And even when we had the recent conference in Addis on climate, we sent the president, this Mr. Smith I'm talking about, we sent this child to Addis to just represent the voice of African children on climate issues. So it is a very active very active structure that supports child participation. We want children to participate in their issues, and they bring out issues. The most beautiful thing that I can say this year I have seen in the children since I came into office is involving these children in the budget. We invite them to tell us, what do you want us to include in the budget? And they came and gave us their views. 70% of these children told us they need food in schools, and then there was a requirement for ICT tools, and sanitation also came up as key. They wanted clean water in the schools. So using this, now when we are making a budget for the financial year, which currently now we are at the beginning of a budget for next year, 2026-2027, we incorporate the children's views, and then we say, for example, if they're talking of food, then the government must provide for a budget on food. And that's how in May, when they talked about food, the cabinet secretary in charge of finance provided for 3 billion towards a school feeding program. So that is how we involve these children through the children assemblies.
How do these leaders get to their position? Are they elected? Are they appointed?
They are elected by their own children in the schools. Not really friends, but the students, the pupils in the schools. They are very respective schools. Then they go to the county level. So if you are representing this school, they will vote for each other and then come up with their leadership.
And this begins in primary?
Yes.
Very good. The reason why I ask this question is because we've often had a discussion here about patriotism.
Yeah.
And how do you inculcate patriotism? Today you've given me the answer. Because if you can introduce children to understanding how government works and their role in it, as is demonstrated by ensuring that the things that they speak of, you take them to the assembly, National Assembly, so they see how these things are done. You ask them to talk about the budget making process, and they go about making, and they actually see that the Treasury has allocated money that they hadn't allocated before for this. The reality of how a government works not just dawns on them, but they begin to understand it.
Very true. Very true. And this year, when the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Mbadi, was launching the 2026-2027 budget process at KICC, we had children who actually came on board. They attended this event, which was for stakeholders and also government officials. And these children actually were given airtime. They were given a lot of time to give their suggestions to the Cabinet Secretary. secretary, and he actually appreciated the children participating in the budget making process and directed that all ministries should take care of ensure their budget incorporates interest of children in each area that they are actually in each program that they are working on. So it is true that that there exists. We work closely with the partners. For example, I can talk of one partner called Mtoto News. Mtoto News is helping us a lot on supporting the children assembly and bringing on board these children together. So we work closely because I told you the issue of funding is not adequate. So you would find my budget is minimal. So these partners come to supplement. And sometimes when we need to take these children, for example, for these conferences, we have these partners supporting us, and also on different activities. We will be inviting you when we have a summit on this on the children.
I want to ask again.
Yeah.
The Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, how involved are they? I'll explain why I'm asking.
Yeah.
We have a constitution that many Kenyans don't perhaps take time to understand or read. If children are electing their leaders, yes, I think you see where I'm going with the issue of the constitution. Do we have units where the children can actually interact with the constitution at that young age so that they actually begin to understand something like, say, the Bill of Rights?
Okay, so in terms of understanding like the constitution and even the Children's Act, you know, the rights of children is all specified in the Children's Act. So what we do at the school level, I am not so sure if the curriculum really has this, but what I can say as the department, now we promote this in terms of having sessions where the children, we do have in my department, there is a section, a unit that deals with children assembly. So one of the things they do is to sensitize the children about their rights. So you find when these children are writing like even a letter to my office, they mention these rights and they know about the Children's Act very clearly. So the only challenge we have is that we need all children to be on board. So you would find, especially the leadership, they are well grounded when it comes to understanding even the law. But we are working on a system where we can inculcate and also sensitize through the children assembly for all children in school to be able to understand these rights. So I want to agree with you that this need also of partnership with the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development in terms of providing for this in the curriculum for children to be able to understand these rights. But I understand that why we have the children assembly is to ensure we bring out and sensitize children on these rights.
You talked about training of parents in parenting.
Yes.
This one is interesting.
Yes, we have a program which is on strengthening parents. So parents are trained on how they can take care of their families to avoid family separation. So this program is ongoing. We have not it's not in it's ongoing. We are working with the partners. However, due to limited resources, it has not reached all parents. First, the focus has been on the vulnerable families. Vulnerable families, we feel like families in the informal sector are having issues for the children because of their economic value. Sometimes you find the children are left alone. They go to fend for these children. They may not have like maybe some money to hire somebody to to remain with these children. So first, the focus has been to strengthen these families. So the parenting program includes also training them on economic empowerment to be able to support these children. So it's an ongoing program. However, to scaling it to the level of all parents in this country requires a lot of resources, and also the human resources, which is our children officers. Our capacity currently is also limited because I have about 1,000 children officers, and they are not able to reach all parents in this country. But these opportunities like this give us airtime to be able to tell all parents. So we will be using also media like this to be able to reach as many parents as we can on what this parenting skills program is all about. So it is there.
Madam PS, there's a question here I have, and paint a picture so that you can help us understand how your department would help in such a situation. So there's a video doing rounds. I doubt you've seen it, but if you have, maybe you'll remember it, where there is this man in a vehicle and he's having an altercation with another man who's outside the vehicle. And it is said that the man outside the vehicle holding a gun is the grandfather to the child of this person in the car. And the thing, the story behind it, though not really verified, is that this person in this vehicle had come to see the child in his grandparents' house, but the grandparent decided that huyu jamaa hataona mtoto na akamfukuza. So in such a situation, how does your department come in to help? Because the father of the child says that he came with his family, his mother, his father, and probably other family members, to try and negotiate how they will take care of the welfare of the child. But the grandfather of the child decided he doesn't want to hear anything of it, and actually roughed them up, chased them away with a gun, perhaps even fired a few shots. How do families such as those ones get help from your department, assuming that perhaps they have not yet reached to the courts, or they probably are in the process of heading to court? How do they get help?
So for this particular parent, I would urge the parent to visit our office. We do have children's office countrywide, depending on where they are. I would like to urge them to come to the children's department, especially the parent and not the grandfather. And we will look for a peaceful way of ensuring they have access to their child, because it is their right to have to see their child. A child also has a right to interact with their parents, and so our officer will be able to talk to both parties and let them understand why there is need for this child to access both parents or this particular father. We do have counseling services that our officers offer to families to try to calm them down, and so that they see the sense. Sometimes a child can be even also in danger, and a child can raise an alarm. We have a child helpline 116 where anybody can call where a child is in danger, and then our team will be able to reach out to this particular case and rescue the child, and also ensure the child's best interest is well taken care of. So in this case, instead of these two families fighting, I want to urge this parent to come to our office. We will be able to facilitate a reconciliation process that will provide for this parent to see their child peacefully, and also make the grandfather understand that this child needs their father. Yes.
Matters to do with street children. I think you mentioned something to do with foster care in Kenya.
Yes.
Are these street families taken to foster care? Are they taken to a home where they're taken care of? How do you deal with street families?
We have a department. First, you talked about foster care. We have a department which is in charge of alternative family care. Alternative family care is where a child is not really living with their biological parents, but there's an alternative parent, and it's quite, there's so many options for having alternative family family for a child. We have adoption. A child can be adopted where a child does not have parents, and there's another parent who is willing to take them permanently as their parent. So that is adoption. They'll do a court process, and this becomes officially their parent legally, also in court, and they adopt the name of that parent. Then we also have foster parents. Foster parents is somebody offering, I want to come and live, take this child because I feel this child is suffering somewhere. So it can be a temporary measure as you also look for maybe the parents of this child and trace them and reunite this child with their family. We also have kinship, relatives. We encourage relatives to take care of children, especially where parents have died. Instead of these children moving to the street, some of them go to the street because they are orphans. We encourage the relatives who are the kinsmen, so we call it kinship, for them to live with these children. So we'll facilitate a process on that. Then, so coming to the issue of street children, people go to the street because of various reasons. One of them is children who are orphaned. They find nowhere to stay. Parents all of a sudden have died, and the relatives have not embraced them, so they run away to the streets. And we also have people running to the streets because of economic reasons, and we also have people living in the streets because of an enticement to be able to keep begging in the street. So we do have a street family rehabilitation trust fund, which is under my department, and I have an institution which is in charge of that. It's called the Street Family Rehabilitation Trust Fund. It's an institution where we work closely with other facilities, we call them charitable children institutions, to be able to rescue children and families from the streets and integrate them back to the society. But it requires a lot of work, and it also requires rehabilitation before they are reintegrated back to the society. So recently we had an outreach for street families, and one of the institutions we partnered with is called Don Bosco Boys. This is based somewhere in Karen, and run under the Catholic Church. And what we do is this institution helps us in this process of rescuing children. They will do a rehabilitation process after rescue. A lot of counseling is involved, and then once they are ready to go back to the society, we trace the families of these people, both their families, because some of them are adults, mothers living with their children on the street, and then we reintegrate them back to the society. So what we do, this fund supports the process. So we do allocate some money to institutions that are willing to partner with us in this process, because we currently don't have an institution, a home where we can take the street families. Therefore, we partner with this and provide some funding to them, which is a government funding, and then they help us in this process. So we had an outreach for street children, and they came many families, women with the children, and majority, what I found out is that those women who have children, actually they told me they didn't want to go back. And so there's an institution also which is specifically focusing on the mothers and the children. And so what I saw is that there are those people living in the street that are willing to get out. Of course, those who have lived longer, it requires a longer process to be able to get them out. But the ones who have been there shorter time, and especially the women and the mothers, I saw the urge. They really want to come out. So the outreach was we do a program where they will see the benefits. We bring the ones who have been rehabilitated to talk to the ones we are bringing out of the street, and then they see the benefit. They see the ones how they have been rehabilitated and empowered economically, and then they get the urge to get out of the street, and then we start the process process of rehabilitating them. And Don Bosco is one of them, and is doing a good job empowering them economically, doing carpentry, welding, farming.
So they're given skills as well.
They are given skills, and I actually visited. They have a farm where children can be. The street families can be shown how they can get some form of farming to be able to sell vegetables. Carpentry, they make very nice wood, chairs and all that. Furniture. They make welding. I saw very good beds made by those young boys who were rehabilitated from the streets.
Is that also happening in other counties or just in Nairobi?
It is all over. So in other counties, we will identify as an institution that is
similar
able
to Don Bosco
to work with us.
Okay.
Yes, we do have several outside Nairobi.
Tell us a bit about the third international conference on child protection in Africa, which is being held under the theme Championing Child Protection in a Changing Climate, because every child deserves safety, hope, and a future.
So we have been having this conference. This is the third one, annual, after every 2 years. And this conference, basically every year it has a different theme, and it is to provide for research, for us to understand research behind child protection issues affecting children, so that as we will be making policies, they are policies which are evidence-based. So the upcoming conference will be on 5th up to 7th, and it will be happening at the Kenya School of Government. This is an international conference on child protection, where we expect various stakeholders to come together and discuss about child protection. We have academicians, people who are in research, universities, we have practitioners, people who are handling issues of children, like various NGOs. For example, we have UNICEF, we have many organizations dealing with children both in Kenya and outside Kenya. So we want to bring on board these parties. We want to bring on board children who will also be part of the participants to tell us what do they want under child protection, what are the issues affecting them. And this particular year, the theme is on climate change. Climate change, we have noted, affects children most because they are vulnerable. Children hardly make decisions when it comes to something happening around them, but you find that they are affected. For example, climate, when it comes to floods, a child finds themselves in a flooded area. What do? They are most affected. An adult probably would think of, we need to run away, and this child so relies on the adult to make decisions. And so we are saying that children are more affected by climate change. Issues of fire, a child to escape quickly is really hard compared to an adult. Issues of drought, you have seen children in northern Kenya, children suffering where there's drought. A child cannot even say, I will go and buy this food. Probably the parent will do something. So it takes the steps of the parent to do something to support this child. So we say children are mostly affected by climate change. So we want to talk about how do we protect children in cases where the issues of climate change. How do we prevent adverse effects of the climate that is affecting children? For example, right now in this nation, the government is advocating for planting 15 billion trees. And yesterday I was in Mau. We want to
reforest.
Yes, because it is degraded. People have cut down the trees, and when the trees are cut, we don't have water, we don't have the rainfall reduces, we have drought, and we found out yesterday this Mau forest serves even all the way to the lake, many rivers, so many families depend on this. So we find the adverse effects, which is human encroachment and contributed by adults, is affecting children. So we will be discussing what can we do as adults and people in the child protection space. What can we do to reduce the effect of climate on children? And so children will be coming to tell us, let's say children living in Turkana, how has the drought affected them? Children who have been affected by floods. You find when there are floods, children cannot go to school because we take some families to schools. For example, there in Ahero, when there are floods, what do? We take some families to they will live in the school. So what happens to the children who are supposed to go to that school? They don't learn, and other children in another place are actually learning. So their right to basic education is actually infringed. So those are the things that we will be talking of, effect of climate on issues of children. And so I want to encourage as many as those who would like to participate to come on board and participate in this conference, which will be happening at the Kenya School of Government on 5th to 7th of November. To just come and participate in this event. We are charging quite a small amount, $100, and
that's a small amount.
This is to take care of the meals of for those 3 days.
Conference
fees
often cost a lot more than $100.
Exactly. Conference fees is usually very expensive. This is actually like a subsidized rate, but in the interest of children, I've said they are 42%. I want to encourage all Kenyans to register and come on board and support this event. We're also looking for those who are willing to support this particular conference, to support us in terms of finances and sponsoring some participants for purposes of ensuring the success of this conference.
And it's interesting you've said that you're inviting. So how can they get in touch? Do they get in touch with the department? Is there maybe a telephone number they can call, an email? Do they go to the website of the department to get more information on this?
Yes, we do have a site where they can log in and register. Let me just check.
It's okay. Find it.
Yes.
Right. Situ umesikia? Some of the issues that have been raised as far as conversations around children are concerned, and especially that issue of Don Bosco, where you can actually go and have these street families rehabilitated. What puzzles me is the fact that despite all this, there are those who still will not want to leave the streets.
Yes. It raises a question that for which an answer must be sought. Because you see, when you live in Nairobi, it is easy to assume that it is a Nairobi problem. It isn't. If you go to any major town in this country, you will find street children and you will find street families. And the truth of the matter is that it is something that the ministry alone cannot handle. No. It has to be what you call all hands on deck.
Very true.
Because these people come from somewhere. It's not as though in the middle of the night they come from another planet and land here. No. They are Kenyans and they have homes. If you talk to street children and you've worked with street children, or even, you will know. Many of them actually know where they come from, and they will also tell you why it is they actually came into the street. It's not as though when they were choosing things they should do, should I go to school? Should I go to the street? No, actually, that's not a good thing. Should I? No.
Yes.
Adverse circumstances are usually to blame. Something happened, then they realize, I'd rather, and then when they leave home and come to the streets, they find other people like them, so they actually form their units. They're actually family units. You may even find a bunch of children. You may call it a gang, but that group helps each other, and that is how they survive. They have an ecosystem which they've developed, which makes them survive. Now, the ministry can do what they can. The truth of the matter is that the ministry alone cannot solve this problem.
It's a societal issue.
It is a societal issue.
You are very, very right. What you are saying, there's a reason, and we're calling it push and pull factors, Mr. Muga. Push and pull. Push is the one that adverse conditions have forced them to the street. For example, vulnerability of being an orphan and economic circumstances. And then we have those that are being pulled because they feel there is something good in the street, and this is mainly those who are coming to beg in the street, or people using them for certain things. For example, there are people who could be using these street children to be able to move around drugs and commit some crime, because when you see a street child there, you think this one cannot do anything, so even the police would not be so interested to search them. But some people are using them for very many reasons. And those are the pull factors that we are working on. And I want to say that for issues of street children, we are working on a bill that will be able to highlight how to deal with these issues on street children, and we will make it a law. We'll be pushing it in Parliament to ensure those pull factors that I was talking about are dealt with, and also the push factors are also handled by the government, and also through family strengthening. It is true, more than 70% of the people we see in the street have somewhere they can live in through families, or also through the relatives. So it is true.
Let me just read some comments.
So
here.
I wanted to tell you about how to register for the conference. To register the conference. This conference actually will be, our guest, chief guest will be our Deputy President, His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, and we're expecting that majority will register. And so I want to encourage those who would like to register. We have the icpconference.net/register. If you look at that, icpconference.net/register/ but you could just type ICP conference, international conference, and on child protection, and you'll be able to get a link that assists you to register online, register your details, and then you'll be able to make the payment. And I want to urge all Kenyans to come and register for this conference, and also looking for those who can sponsor some participants to do so to make this a success.
Let me read a few comments here. We have a couple of individuals here. Is there an age limit to lead? Age shouldn't matter so long as you can lead. Very good. Eunice Kyoko says it's a good morning for it's good morning, my neighbor, every morning for me. Sawa. Gypsy Kona says, good morning, Karen. Children of today are our future leaders. They need to be protected. Magi Shiko says, children are indeed our future leaders and have every right to be protected and their voice to be heard. Good morning, my neighbor. Well, good morning to you too. A child might be forced to repeat a class because of performance or lack of school fees. Could they be considered a child or young adult? Well, it depends. But there are different departments that will take care of the child in different stages of development. So great work, Honorable Karen, even ndivyo umeambiwa. And then last but not least, this is great. We have to give Ruto and his governance their flowers. I hope they have received them, and your state department has received them on behalf of the government.
Oh, thank you very much. I really appreciate, and it's been wonderful really conversing with our listeners and also in the studio here.
So for us to get in touch with your department also, because there are people who live in very far off places, they're not necessarily in Nairobi. So if someone is, say, in Mandera and they'd like to get in touch with your department, which is the closest office? The county commissioner's office, or what? So
every sub-county has a children's office. So I would like countrywide for people to know that we have an office in every sub-county. So if you visit the sub-county, they'll be able to tell you the contacts of our children officers. I do have quite a number spread throughout the country. And should you have have the details, we do have the chief. We have very close contact with the chiefs in that area, and they'll be able to link you up with our children's office.
Okay.
Yes, but you could also get us if there's an emergency issue on a child. We have 116, which is a toll-free line. You can raise the line, and our officers will be able to trace you. We have people who are managing this call center, and they'll be able to refer that particular case to the children officer who is located nearest to that person where there's an issue on a child.
All right. Thank you very much, PS Karen. This is where we come to a close as far as this conversation is concerned. But like you've said, we invite you back, and umesema utatuletea the president of the children's it was a children's what?
We do have the president of the Children's Assembly. We can arrange for him to come. In Nairobi, I have Barack, who is nearer to reach, and he's the governor for Nairobi. We can have it's a governor for children.
Yes.
I need to specify this so that the governor of Nairobi does not think there's another person taking his office. This is a governor representing children in Nairobi.
Right.
We can reach him to also come to the studio. These are children who have helped us even come up with books, an online book that supports child protection, and done in the language and in the colors for children. They themselves, they have contributed in coming up with something like that, a book.
All right.
Yeah.
Sawa.
Thank you.
Madam PS, hope to see you again soon.
Looking forward to a future engagement with you.
All right.
Thank you.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul.
A very good morning to you. Welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 5 minutes past 8 o'clock. My name is Mungala Mbuvi. I am with CT Muga in the studio, but most importantly, we do have a guest, and we're about to have a very interesting conversation. He's not new to this studio. He's actually been here a couple of times, and the conversation we had last time was still on leadership, and today the conversation still continues. I'm talking about the Interim Executive Director, Action Aid International Kenya, that is Samson Orao. And the topic today is why leaders should walk the talk. Bwana Orao, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
It's good to see you again.
Grab that microphone for me. Thank you. Nice to see you again.
Good to see you again.
Yes.
You're well?
We are very much well, as you can
Amazing.
see. Sijui kama notice I'm now glowing. Na sijui kama notice CT ameanza kupata mashavu kidogo.
Yeah.
Life is good.
Nimeanza kupata mashavu.
When you came
Nilikuwa sina.
when you came here bros ilikuwa flat.
Sasa
saizi imeanza ni kama una mandazi unakula kidogo.
Then you see now the gray hair means also wisdom that comes with age.
Actually, his gray hair is no longer gray anymore. I mean, there are some shades of gray
here. Is he dyeing it? Shades of gray. Is he dyeing it?
No, he's not dyeing it. I think now it's just becoming black. He's becoming younger and younger. Next time utamwona jamaa atakuwa na six pack. City Muga, good morning. Bwana Samson,
morning Buvi.
A pleasure to have you.
Thank you Buvi.
As always.
Yeah.
How are things at Action Aid International Kenya before we dive into the deep stuff of the conversation?
Action Aid is busy as usual, but we are grateful that we are still able to serve our communities living in poverty and exclusion.
Right.
This is that time of the year when we are planning for the new year 2026, but also really working hard as we close the final quarter to be able to ensure that we deliver our mandate. And we are seeing issues around hunger, that are happening. We are seeing the issues of shrinking civic space, the young people's work, the violence against women. But we're also seeing a lot of commitment and support coming from Kenyans. So I would say that we are grateful.
Yeah.
And we are also continuing to deliver our mandate and really work hard at it. Yeah.
Good stuff. Leaders, when we say leaders should walk the talk, what exactly do we mean? Because for a very long time, that has been a statement we usually say. And even the leaders themselves, political or otherwise, they usually come and say, so-and-so is not walking the talk. Don't vote for this person or consider voting for this person because this person is better than the other. Yet, to be honest, I feel like they're all just singing in unison in one choir.
Movie, there's need for hygiene in public discourse in Kenya.
Yeah.
There's need for a lot of hygiene, a lot of sanitation in it. The things that we talk about as public servants, the things that we talk about as elected officials, from the highest levels all the way, if you look at what the leadership says and what the leadership does, there's lack of congruence in it. And so it leaves Kenyans a little lost. It leaves Kenyans a little confused. And that also leads to a lot of apathy because then people know, but you are preaching water and you are drinking wine. You are telling us don't do this. You are telling us we will fight corruption. You are telling us we will fight ethnicity. You are telling us we will look at appointments. And then when we look at your actions, and this is across all levels from MCAs to governors, the county government, going to the national government, it is all the same thing.
Yeah.
And that's why then you see Kenyans ganging up and Kenyans saying, enough is enough. We will hold you to account and we will push back. And that creates a room for a lot of uncomfortable conversation, but necessary conversation.
When you say Kenyans will push back, of course Kenyans have had that opportunity over and over again, but I feel like they have gotten to a point whereby they're changing tact for whatever reason. I mean, perhaps they've realized what has been happening before isn't really yielding what they expected. But do you feel like Kenyans still have the fight in them to continue holding or asking for the right kind of governance?
Kenyans love this country. I think having traveled to different places of the world, Kenyans are one of the most hardworking populations I have ever come across. We are very patriotic as Kenyans. We have our own challenges internally, but you see whenever
whether it's Jirani just across the border, or whenever somebody else wants to come and attack Kenyans, you see, we all gang up together and we say, we will teach you a lesson. So that tells you that people still believe in the country. The disillusionment comes in when we look at the people that we have elected to office, that now make a lot of promises in campaigns. We will provide free primary education, and then now you are struggling with issues around capitation. We will ensure that there's employment, and we see young people, 76% of young people are not employed. We will ensure that we have reduced the cost of fuel and the cost of hunger. And you walk into a supermarket and you go to the till and you sweat. In fact, people nowadays do not shop in supermarkets.
Right.
You'd go to your own local grocer and buy your 1 kg, buy your half kg, buy your 2 small liters of cooking oil and so on, just what you need for the day. So this creates a lot of discontent then. But if you see the way especially young people are responding, if you see what's happening on social media, if you see the kind of mobilization which is taking place, we haven't lost it yet. And I know that even as we move towards the next election, we will put all these leaders to account. We will hold them to account. It's a necessary conversation. A lot of people are unhappy with it, and that's why you see the police being misused. You see a lot of abductions. You see extrajudicial executions. You see a lot of police brutality. There are small protests. I was watching one of the leaders on TV just this week saying, when you want to protest in a quiet manner. But what does our constitution say, right? What does the law say? Because our constitution says, we the people. Right? And leaders are getting their power of office, the autonomy of office from the people. It is delegated responsibility. And that is where we have to start from. So these conversations may be uncomfortable. There's a lot of pushback. Look at the recent laws that were put in place and the way there's argument about, these cyber crimes, we will only use it to monitor. We will not use it for bad. We will just ensure that. And we try to find excuses around processes which should involve public discourse and public engagement. So it just has to happen.
Why is it so difficult to just deliver on election promises? And I'll talk about Kenya because I'm not really, I don't know about the rest of the countries, but even with President Kibaki, one of the most loved presidents that this country has ever seen, he still had people telling him that, hapa kidogo iko shida. And that is why in 2007 we saw what we saw. When we come to President Uhuru, during his tenure, I saw day after day, even him being bashed by civil society and other and politicians alike. When we are now in the dispensation of, Dr. Ruto, we also seen something similar. I mean, it's like, it's either we have set the bar too high in terms of what we expect, or
they are doing very low, right?
That's also another option.
Because we have our aspirations as Kenyans. We have what we desire to be able to see. We have worked for this country since 1963, working very hard. Our forefathers fought for us to be able to get freedom when we were fighting for independence. There are many issues then that Kenyans desired. And when we put together the constitution, then we said, these are the aspirations that we have, and this is what we want to see working for us as a country. And then you come to a point where the promises that have been made versus the delivery, the actual delivery, it's not commensurate. You can't see it. Why then people went to protest in 2007 was because of grand corruption in Kibaki's government. And we saw all those scandals, the shipping scandals, that were involving people high in office, and it went to the courts, and some people then went to court all the way until Kibaki retired. We saw that same thing with the Uhuru administration, and we saw Eurobond coming up, right? And the ethnicity that really emerged out of it, the quote-unquote cleansing that took place out of it, and those questions around Aror and Kimwarer and all that, and the Kemsa, people walking with money in bags, in gunny bags. So that was there. President Ruto is currently here, and the same issues again are emerging. Issues around grand corruption, issues around people carrying sacks of money, actual sacks of money, and throwing it around in funerals. First-term members of parliament who are buying helicopters and are buying houses in the UK and so on. So all these issues are issues which concern Kenyans, because then you see politicians living large. And we know what politicians earn in Kenya. And we also know that Kenyan politicians are the highest paid in the world.
Yes, they are.
Even if you look at our economy versus what the politicians earn and the kind of benefits politicians want to get, it's immoral. But again, compared to that, you also look at the commitments they have made, the kind of life they are leading, versus the kind of life the voter, the mwananchi, the mwenye nchi, the kind of life Wanjiku, Atieno, Korir, and whoever, the kind of life they are leading. You can't compare. So could we just have public service working for Kenyans? Kenyans don't ask for much.
How is it in other countries? For example, we sat here with a lady who is a leader in the US. I think she was the equivalent of like an MCA, and she was telling us that in some of the counties in the US, they don't even get paid. It's a voluntary situation whereby you're only facilitated to get to where you're supposed to get in terms to the assembly to legislate. Once you're done, nivyo. And you're actually given a very brief window, X amount of, I think it's weeks, to do all your legislation in the entire year. Then you go do your other businesses. If you're a radio presenter, go continue being a radio presenter. If you're a banker, go continue doing your banking. But in Kenya, we have made politics a lifelong career.
You travel to Europe, go to countries like Denmark.
Right.
And you meet ministers in government riding a bicycle to work, riding a bicycle to parliament, right? No chase cars, no blocking of roads. They're just there with their bike. And they come and do their job and they go home.
Yes.
You go to the UK and you walk on the streets of London.
Yeah.
And you meet the head of FCDO just walking around with his coat. Would you see that in this country?
What?
You see, now that is the question.
Hey.
That everybody then wants to have chase cars and you want to block the roads because the MCA is passing. It's a problem that also stems from us, as Kenyans, as voters, because then I can tell you that if I picked a vehicle and we walk with the city to my village and I have a vehicle that is city size, right?
Yep.
And you go in and people look at you and they say, oh, Mheshimiwa, you can come and take this position and so on. So Kenyan election is about public display of wealth. That's why the elections become very expensive. And that's why we also talk about corruption, because you possibly have to buy your seat.
Yes.
To go through this, you have to buy many voters. You have to be able to bribe people. You have to be able to hire security and have goons that are on your beck and call. So it's a problem that we have to deal with as a country. It's something that really goes deep into our culture, but the right time to start it is now, knowing that in just under 2 years, we are going to the polls. If we are not ready now, we will go into 2027 and we will be having this discussion again in 2028.
But Samson, why must we, every time we have this discussion, the thing that strikes me as worthy of further discussion is why it is we have accepted that this is the norm. Even our discussions, we seem to have the understanding that this is the norm, which means we have accepted it is the norm. Why have we accepted it is the norm?
It's something which I would explain as having been institutionalized from independence. We fought for land and we said we want our country and we want to be able to take back the control of the instruments of leadership. I'm avoiding the use of the word power right now. And then when that happened and we got our independence, we simply turned to be the white man who colonized us.
We didn't actually. Some of us did.
The people who remained in office as leadership, the politicians who were in government right from Jomo Kenyatta and the people surrounding him, turned into the black man in a white mentality inside them. And so now the issue then began coming up. Let's acquire land. And so you acquire provinces of land. Next thing is, it's about display of power. So I need the police walking around me. Next thing is, I need to build a mansion and I need to have home guards and I need to be able to do all this. And so then, subtly, you start telling Kenyans in their conscience that the only way for you to be right in this country is to have economic means of control. So then it comes into a point where it's about primitive accumulation. You accumulate knowing that this is the instrument that you will use to control your enemies.
You know, as a child, immediately after independence, and I grew up.
Now guess your age.
Yes, you can. The period immediately after independence, that is the period I was in primary school. So some of these things I lived through. The corruption you speak of didn't exist. It honestly did not. The police individual who then wore shorts that we derogatorily called Kaptula. Okay?
That's not like a good name. Okay.
You call it a good name if you wish.
Okay.
You bribing a policeman was hazardous because you could actually get jailed. The politicians then, members of parliament, were not paid any big salary to speak of. Councillors, some were actually volunteers. They were paid something like a sitting allowance they were not paid a lot of money. So what you're speaking of and what was being mentioned here existed. Very many people who were in government then were actually nationalists. And if you look at the things that they set in force, the best example are the settlement schemes around the country. There are those who argue that the settlement schemes were predominantly for people who had been displaced, more so in central Kenya. And they're not wrong, because settlement schemes were created in the areas like, say, what we know as Nyandarua County now. But that was not the end of it. There were settlement schemes in Bura. There were settlement schemes in Lamu. There were settlement schemes in Bungoma. There are settlement schemes in Kisumu, what is now Kisumu County. There are settlement schemes all around the country for different reasons. I live in a settlement scheme. The area I come from was prone to floods. So people who came from that part of the country were given priority when it came to moving to this new place. There seemed to have been a thinking among those initial leaders to prove to the white man that they could actually do what the white man was doing. But what you're right about is that corruption did start creeping in. There was something called the Ndegwa Commission. The Ndegwa Commission did many things, said many things, wrote about many things that we never talk about. The one we pick on and we sit on and we continue emphasizing is that the Ndegwa Commission is what gives civil servants the leeway and the right to be able to do business. This discussion that we now have of conflict of interest was unheard of in that time. But it created a problem. And that problem just kept growing and growing and growing. Because if you are in a position of authority within government, and the biggest concessionaire you can think of is the government has the biggest business, has the most money. So if I am the person who has the responsibility of looking after the coffers of government, and I'm also allowed to do business, what stops me from doing the same business? Now, what we're talking about now is when it has run away and it's almost out of control.
City, you know, so I'll talk about politics of patronage. And what you're saying is true, and I wasn't there then, but what you're saying is true, right? We had the Kenyatta administration and the elite in the Kenyatta administration. And then we had Moi coming in and saying, I will do Nyayo. I will continue doing what Kenyatta was doing. Right? And then we have just about 4 years after Moi coming into power, we had the coup, or the attempted coup. What do you choose to do? You choose to buy support You choose to see how you can stabilize your government and your administration, and you begin allowing politics of patronage. And that is when we see. I would go to hospital in the late 80s and early 90s, and you would not pay anything. You simply walk, pick a card, and there was a civil servant, a clerk at the reception, pick a card, they would register you, you would walk in, the doctor would see you, you'd go to pharmacy, you'd get your medication, and you will go home.
As simple as
and
that.
I would, wearing my primary shorts from Karapul Primary in Siaya, I would get Nyayo bus, the green buses. I would board Nyayo for free, as long as I was wearing uniform. But I only did that for how many years? Maybe 2 years or 3 years. And then the buses slowly began becoming scarce, and then they were now no longer there. And then now you had to start identifying yourself to a point where you literally come from this village and this community. It goes all the way to, can you tell us the clan you come from? And from the clan, whose son are you? Your name. You are who? From where? So we lost it then at that point. So we've come to a point where we are so self-serving that it's about me, myself, and I. And that's why politicians then are able to buy us easily.
By the way,
because then the unification of we are united around one thing. I wonder how people get surprised at why Gen Z went on the street last year. Because if
you said something that I don't want us to lose, it's actually very important. Every time a president is threatened or feels threatened and feels that they want to stabilize, that's when we have these problems that are now endearing. You're actually right. Our laws allowed people to be given land, by the way, because there was a lot of land and a lot of it was not developed. But now the giving of land so that you can stabilize. Some of the biggest beneficiaries of that land in the Moi era were people, military officers.
True. It's politics of patronage. You want to buy loyalty. And so buying loyalty means what is he struggling with? And I give it to you, Mbuvi.
Yeah.
I mean, how much is it? Walk into AFC, let AFC give you a loan, go develop. Walk into KCB. And for a long time during the Moi administration, how many parastatals went under? How many closed? How many banks had issues? What did we see with Goldenberg in 1992? So all these things didn't start today. But we have to come to a point where we stop it, because then what we say as public servants, what we say as leadership, and what we do. He lived at a time when public services were free and they worked. Right now, you walk into hospital and from consultation, in fact, from the gate, you have to convince the askari at the gate why you are going. It's a public hospital, but unaenda wapi? Unaenda kuona nani? Unaenda kuona mgonjwa, unaenda kuona daktari. And when you want to park your car,
you pay.
You are parking your car in the hospital or on the street. And you have to tip, apart from paying the normal parking fees. You have to tip, because if you don't tip,
security.
No, your car will be vandalized.
So
utapata side mirror imeenda.
So what are we talking about? So our systems are not working for us. The young people then are saying, we don't care about all these things. We don't care about tribe. We don't even care about where you come from. We just want these things to happen. We just want 1, 2, 3, 4 to be done. We don't care about your Mheshimiwa title. And the Mheshimiwas then get surprised. You're not recognizing me.
But actually, why are they surprised?
We've been used to it. I was driving on Gong Road a few years ago, about 4 years ago. So I just left Shell petrol station near the Junction Mall, and I'm driving down towards town. And this guy is behind me with sirens and walkie-talkies, and I'm like, but where do you want me to go? So I didn't move. He's behind me telling me,
Songa kando.
And it's about 4 p.m. I'm like, but if we are heading home, we're all heading. What are you talking about? If we are heading home, we're all heading home, right? That kind of entitlement is what makes people then look at it and say, but you're not recognizing me. This thing that we like when we go to public ceremonies, that all protocols observed, and you want to recognize the highest all the way to the MCA and call everyone and whatnot, because if I don't mention Buvi's name, Buvi will not come to my function next time. It's quite an unfair process, because then it makes other people feel less than others, because when you travel just outside this country, travel overseas, you're on a train and you are with the Prime Minister on the train and nobody bothers. You would see he has his security, of course, but there's nothing that's so unique that, first of all, he's using a public train, public service, which our politicians here don't use. And when he is there, he's simply on the train with his newspaper. No one bothers about, it's only those who know him who will tell you that's the Minister for Finance who's doing this, or that so and so, that so and so. But it's not something that, but here everything stops for the MCA. Everything stops for the MCA. And when the MCA comes to charge, he has to sit at the front. And he has to go onto the pulpit to speak. Whether he is Christian or not is another point altogether. But, you know, and we allow it.
Yeah.
You know, the fundamental difference, public servants or elected leaders in those countries understand that the people are their bosses. They actually understand. And the people never let them forget.
Yeah.
Because the moment you slip, the public will make sure that that job of yours comes to an end. But we support it.
Yeah.
Yes, we do support it. Because when somebody whom you have elected suddenly behaves as though they are a lord, that they are a monarch, and you should understand, and you have completely reversed, you've completely inversed this process. Are we then surprised when there's a complete disengagement with morality and a complete disengagement with what we know as social norms? Because psychologically one doesn't see it, but you realize this thing is warped and it isn't working. But again, our cultures, we do not tell off leaders in public. It has taken these young Kenyans to be able to do that, where they tell you off in public. If I actually approve of that method myself.
Yeah, me too.
For the simple reason that you will now not serve your people with a lot of nonsense that our political, our elected leaders have, because you will know, you will be told. Now, but for the longest time, the norm has been, they're not told.
City, our constitution says, we the people. The power is with the people. Part of this thing, we lost it also quite recently, because we have chapter 6 on ethics and integrity. And we needed to have vetted. There was a process for vetting anybody who's going to public office. We don't do that. We simply allow people then.
Samson, that thing was watered down.
The shadiest of people are the ones who are able to come through, and we question it. And then from there on, now we start weakening institutions so that they deliberately do not work for us. We talk about the public space, the shrinking public space right now. And you saw the interior CS was on TV saying, shoot them in the legs. That if you are approaching the police station, the police have a right to shoot at you. And some people clapped, right? Some of the people who are probably paid in the crowd clapped. Others, majority of Kenyans said no. But that also tells you the kind of condescending nature that then public servants look at Kenyans with. When you look at that lens, we see ourselves as we are here at the top and we are more deserving, and the rest of you are mere servants who are supposed to come in and facilitate the largesse that we have. So when you talk about these things, when I really get pained when you go to hospital and basic things like paracetamol, basic things, City, like paracetamol are things you can't get. When our public health is relying on donor aid, that when we have the ODA cards, we are in a crisis. When USAID says we are no longer funding SRHR services, we are in a crisis. Suddenly, we can't address cases of violence against women and girls. We can't. Suddenly, Basic things like menstrual hygiene kits are things we cannot get because Trump was paying for it or Biden was paying for it through USAID, and then now the funding has been cut. So government has to sit and call a crisis meeting to address all these things. Suddenly, you walk into Turkana, and we went to Turkana with some colleagues the other day, and basic things like you have the fresh water lake, right? Lake Turkana is a freshwater lake, but 10 meters from the lake, there's nothing growing there. You walk into Baringo. Part of Lake Baringo has swept away the road, right? And so you are driving through water that's, maybe waist high. But just a kilometer from there, if organizations like ActionAid don't come in to do a borehole, the people there will be dying out of lack of, they can't get basic things. But we have a freshwater lake. The people around the lake are talking about these crocodiles are coming from the lake and they are killing us and they are eating our cows and so on. But when you just drive 10 kilometers and you go to Tangul Bay, then can you mobilize resources and come and do a borehole for us? And when you do a borehole, because we've done boreholes in that area, when you do a borehole, you see the amazing produce the community is able to give. You see very succulent vegetables, giant skuma, that the young people who we say don't like farming, because ActionAid has done a borehole and is piping water to the village, you can see that. But we are forgetting that we have a very freshwater lake that's just there. So you look at all these things and you ask yourself, but why? Why would we be in 2025? Why would we be talking about things like this?
Remember, you asked about the bar. There's a low bar for our leadership, because if you come from a place that actually has water, and part of what you need to have food security is water, then what excuse do you have for your people not being food secure?
You want to keep them poor. That's it.
It looks like your thinking is that they should remain poor.
Yeah, you want, but that's it. You want to keep them poor because then we don't like. Do you know why people have problems? Why politicians have problems with young people? Because young people, then Kibaki said everybody must go to school, and it's compulsory education. And if you are a parent and your child is not going to school, we will arrest you, and we will use chiefs to arrest you. So post 2002, a lot of these children then were schooled. They are the young people we are talking about today. They are educated to some level. There's access to technology. Again, thanks to Kibaki, there was a lot of internet penetration that went all the way to the villages. So they can access information and they can see their counterparts from all over the world. The kind of thinking and the upbringing that they had is not about service. It's not about you are here to be seen and not to be heard. Right? So they will question, and they are right when they ask them these things. It has to make sense. It's about logic. You've taxed me so much. Can I see the value of service that you're giving me with the tax that you have collected? But then when you now start asking these questions, the next thing is a gun is pointed at your head. The next thing is you're emerging either in city mortuary or in a dam somewhere, or in a forest somewhere. So we then are trying to silence conversation. And when we are silencing conversation, the people that we are killing are innocent. What do they have?
Actually, Samson, we are not silencing conversation. We are silencing the Constitution.
That's it.
The fight here is against the Constitution, because it is the Constitution that gives these rights.
That's it.
It is the Constitution that enables you to understand what ought to happen and how you need to be served. Now, when somebody seeks to reverse that process, they're not fighting you. You are just the living testimony of the Constitution, because you're abiding by its dictates. So when someone seeks to kill you, to shoot you, to jail you, they're suppressing the Constitution. And right from the Uhuru government, that is what has been the norm.
Yes.
There has been a concerted and direct effort to ensure that this Constitution doesn't live out its full mandate.
That's true.
Within the time of the Uhuru government is when this chapter 6 we like speaking of was completely bastardized, to the point where a simple thing, how is it that it is possible to remove a governor, and you can't remove an MP. It's the MPs who make these laws, Chief. Governor you can remove.
Yeah.
We've even removed a deputy president, but you cannot remove an MP. You can't. And yet you should be able to. How is it that the Ethics and Anti-Corruption gives a list to IEBC and says,
so and so?
Look, given what we have, even in the much reduced form of Chapter 6, these people should not be allowed to vie for the election.
City, did you see the furor that came from Parliament the other day when the president said, "We know you, and we know you are corrupt, and we know," and there was a question at the meeting at State House that there was this man who came, we gave him this money atilikuwa to facilitate you. Did you people receive the money? And the MP said no. And then the president said, "We will act, we will come and pick you." And Parliament, both houses, the National Assembly and the Senate were up in arms. They were very unhappy. And they said, you cannot single us out. You cannot blame Parliament. But like you rightly say, the instruments of state, the executive and the cabinet and the institutions that come with the executive, and then we have the National Assembly and the Senate as the legislature, and then we have judiciary. If you look at the three arms of government, the one that still has some element of confidence from Kenyans is judiciary. It's also fast waning, but it's there. But if you compare Parliament and the people who get to office and why then young people went to Parliament, that you have your message. If you look at the executive, you have your message as well. Devolution is a good thing. Devolution works. It takes services closer to the people. But devolution also has its own challenges. And we buy this, there was a joke, the non-carcinogenic wheelbarrows that we bought. And the governor wants to do a palace, the governor's official residence. And there was this governor that I know that bought sodas at 1 million shillings, a crate of soda at 1 million shillings. And you look at all that, and you look at all these multi-millionaires who are now creeping up in the villages. That tells you where our problem is. So until this discourse is had, when you talk to young people, they tell you what we want is for lazima iwak. But the lazima iwak, even if I don't associate it with whoever has been using that slogan, the lazima iwak is not working as it is today. You walk through the streets of Nairobi, even if you left here now and you went to CBD, there are many things you will question. And you'll ask yourself, but why would things be happening the way they are happening? So like he says, we have taken our time to ensure that we have bastardized the Constitution of Kenya. And we are increasingly ensuring that all the state organs that are supposed to have power, protected power, we are weakening them. We are weaponizing the public. And from there, we are also then ensuring that we break people into you have and you don't have. So
they have not,
So I go to the car wash and it's wewe ndio uko na pesa, wewe ndio shida zangu, and you're asking yourself, but now this jalopy of mine, really, so that class war, I don't think it's going to work eventually. We've seen the use of goons that has been going out, so that protests are now no longer protests, they are goons who are protesting. And now we don't care about public life, we care about property so much that we will then shoot these protesters. And when you're protesting, protest silently. And the Constitution says you only need to notify the police. But the OCS will tell you this thing is not approved. But who is supposed to approve it?
I remember.
Sorry.
Please, no, Paul, go ahead.
I mean, I was shocked earlier on about this crate that is 1 million. Maybe it's non-carcinogenic. I don't know. But if we are being honest with some of the things that both of you have said here, I feel like everything has been the way it is by design. We have weakened all those institutions that we have mentioned here by design, so that when someone wants to have their way, they can have their way, and nothing, absolutely nothing will stop them.
My thinking, Mbuvi, on the contrary, is that The resilience that Kenyans have will put all this to a stop.
The Kenyans that are, and you are right to say that.
The resilience that young people have will put all this to a stop.
But they're the same young guys who are dying in the streets.
But you see, it's an unfortunate situation. Why are they dying? It's because they are being shot, right? And who's shooting them? It's state organs and militia allegedly imported from neighboring countries that are doing it. And it's happening across the region. It's happening. You saw what happened to Boniface Mwangi. Now we are talking about Nicholas Oyo, who's disappeared in Uganda. You know, and those kinds of questions, then we are asking ourselves, but what exactly is happening in the region? Kenya has been known for a long time to be the peace haven of East and Central Africa. But right now, we've just joined the bad manners of the leadership of the region, and it's creeping into us. And so it's no longer safe then to go on the street to be able to, you would get very easily picked up and disappear. And many people have disappeared. And the ones who've not disappeared are perhaps because they have some sort of following, or there was someone who was able to follow them on their behalf. The resilience that is there, because like I said, Kenyans are a very resilient people, and we are so passionate and proud about this country, regardless of the challenges that we have.
Yes.
I have not lost faith, especially in the young people of our wonderful country. We've not lost faith in them. We have not lost faith in processes that are safeguarded by law.
Yes.
And if we're able to ensure that the processes that are broken, then we go to the courts, and the courts have pronounced themselves. And I know one of the challenges has been, we said magazeti ni ya kufunga nyama, so we criticize the media, and we also said court orders are just as useful as toilet paper, right? But then the court orders then are there. Public servants then also need to know that you will be held personally accountable. The issue of orders from above that no longer exists. You will be held personally accountable. You will be able to account for it. And you may think you are protected right now because you are in public office and you have the police and you can't get arrested. But power doesn't last forever. Institutions of state are there for posterity. It may take 1 year, it may take 10 years. But eventually the long arm of the law will catch up with you. Regardless of who you are, regardless of the position that you hold. Things change over time. For me, that is a confidence that I get. That we look at it and we say, this is not working. But we also know that the young people and majority of very patriotic Kenyans then are also saying, this is our country, we will do the right thing. Against a lot of pressure, against a deliberate mechanism that has been put to slowly desensitize you from being a Kenyan and now turn you one into, I come from this community or that other ethnic community, or two, I come from this class and the other one comes from this class. I have, he doesn't have. And so city living in Karen and driving this type of car, then city is the source of my problems. That will also get broken with time. So regardless of all these things, when we have, and a classic example is you saw the support that people had for Harambee Stars during the Chan games recently.
Yes.
So when we have those moments, it tells you our problem is in the politics. Our problem is not in us.
Perhaps one thing we need to keep in mind is that these same guys who are being shot in the streets, one day, one time, that generation will actually be the ones sitting in parliament.
Yes.
They're the ones who are going to be sitting in the executive. They're the ones who are going to be sitting in parliament and in the judiciary, deciding on cases. And perhaps when that time comes, some of the individuals that are causing hell for us right now, perhaps, like you've said, that's the time they'll be picked up.
Actually, it will happen. This is not a perhaps moment. You only need to be to have a cursory interest in history. Do you think that the president of Madagascar thought that he was ever going to not be the president? He did not. He disregarded what he was being told. When there's a protest, you're actually being told something. You're being told forcefully that, look, we don't like this. And you have an opportunity to change it. But when you ignore it, it overtakes you. All these countries, you just keep mentioning them one by one, whether you're talking about Nepal,
Bangladesh.
you just keep mentioning them. None of those leaders thought. Sheikh in Bangladesh thought the military, the army was in her control until she gave them orders to shoot and they said no. Then suddenly, I'm sure the probably others who advised, they told her, madam, what you do, you leave.
Yeah.
Okay, this thing not working for you. Even the military live here. They are our relatives. They are our in-laws. They are our children. So when people get so convoluted in their own well-being and their maddening driven need to accumulate as much as possible within a short time, as much as possible, it's like you're in a hole and you're just digging it deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper. The protest is the warning sign that things are not good. Change.
Yeah, pay attention.
Please pay attention. We speak of ourselves as being very nice, lovely people. Yeah, up to a point. 2008 was not in the previous century, it was in this century.
Sure.
Those were Kenyans killing other Kenyans. Okay, just so that we understand it, okay?
Sure.
People who had lived as neighbors were turning against each other. If something has happened once, it can happen again. Don't remove it from your head that it can't happen. The young people showed what they thought about it and they expressed themselves. But when you have leaders predominantly who are found in America and Africa, America has joined us, so we they've joined us, so we have,
we're at par.
We're at par, so we have to include them in our discussions. Okay. Then there's need to understand that when people have made a point, such as the one that Gen Z's made, they need to be supported. Because there are those who are older who know more than they do. They need to be supported. Change comes about from concerted effort, but it comes about by combined energies. Those who have the energy to protest and those who have the strength to do what they do are that group of people. There's another group who may not have that energy, but they have the experience, so they know. There are those who are even older, who have an even longer historical understanding of these things. They help guide that process. When that combined energy is put together, then you bring about change. You see, why am I saying this? I do not think that there's any leadership that cannot change. None. When you look at a president, you forget the president is surrounded by people. There's something that is not spoken of, but it's a reality. Even presidents are held captive. We talk about parliament being held captive. You know my view on that one.
Yes.
But we never talk about a president being held captive. You surround yourself with people whom you think will support whatever it is you want to do. And you realize to get things done, you have to do them through people. You can't do them yourself. You are the president.
Yeah.
The moment you have such a system, you rely on these people. And they know you rely on them. And these people over time acquire their own pockets of power as well. And when things want to change, they are the first to notice this thing is not going to favor me. And they will resist it. The history of this country, if you understand it and know it, we've had moments in history where these individuals who surround the so-called leader have had one view. The leader may have had one view, but these people surrounding him have a different view.
A contrary one.
Yes, and because he relies on them, he will say, okay, if that's what you want, but this is not in the public domain. You see, the changes that we speak of are not always as momentous as the 2024 protests. They're usually things which you don't even see. I liken it to a flash flood. If you're lucky, you'll hear the rumbling of the water. If you're lucky. If you're not, you will realize you're being swept away by a flash flood. I was in Gwasi. Gwasi is in Suba. and Homa Bay County, and I was following a road that takes you from a place from Suba County. You now want to go to Migori, you want to go to Sori. There's a place called Nyandiwa, you go around it. Now, when I was on my way from Homa Bay going in that direction, there were houses on one side. I'd passed that road many times. There were dwellings. There was rain coming. On my way back after a week, those villages had ceased to exist.
They were washed away.
They were washed away. There was even water still on the road. That's a flash flood. If those people had known it was coming, they would have moved. But they didn't know. But the signs usually are there. Because these things don't happen. It's not a one-off. They may have happened before. Now, I look at our politicians and the need for them to discuss development in words, not in deed. But I also look at ourselves and how it is we develop a narrative where nothing happens. Even when something is happening, we refuse to acknowledge it's happening. It is not possible for a government to do absolutely nothing. But it is possible for a government to not do what they are supposed to do. This particular government has demonstrated a capacity that I've never seen before. Just when you think they have made a blunder and they won't make another one, they'll make a bigger one. No, I am not speaking ill of the government.
No, I mean you're stating what you know.
And the blunder is often manifested in individuals who are within government. And we say government, but it's an individual. What again we do not discuss is what it is that this government has had to deal with. When we discuss this government, this is my view, we have to discuss the Uhuru government.
True.
Because the bulk of the problems that this government deals with is a problem that the Uhuru government sort of like bequeathed them. They inherited them. And the people say, oh, no, we don't want to. Actually, you must. You must. We praise the Kibaki government, rightfully so. And we blame the Moi government for many things that were wrong, rightfully so. But we must also understand the times in which the Moi government existed. The Cold War had ended. The dominant power on this globe were the Americans. The Bretton Woods institutions, which are now putting their influence in us. These poll tax things that you're hearing, who do you think brings these things? You think the president wakes up and decides? Why would a president of a country like this one, who knows how people think, initiate something that he knows full well will be unpopular? Why would a president who lives here want to kill young people when he knows very well what will happen? Why would he want to shoot? Why? You see, those are questions that I ask. And I'm thinking, somebody must ask. The very thing that will guarantee that your term will be short-lived, why would you do it?
But I know we are running out of time, but let me just say something to agree with City. IMF and World Bank do not work for the interest of Kenyans.
No, they don't.
They don't work for the interest of countries in the global south.
They don't.
The issues around public debt, the issues around austerity measures that they're imposing on us, and they're saying cut back on this employment and freeze hiring of nurses and freeze spending on education and all those things. And you ask yourself, but these are sectors that are affecting Kenyans. They are sectors affecting public service.
Actually, all Kenyans.
And they are not interested in it. And when you have meetings, we had meetings with IMF just 2 weeks ago, and you were asking ourselves, but where is the conversation when you are telling us put in place austerity measures? Whoever audits this debt, and whose debt is it? It was borrowed on whose behalf? Who gave it out? Those are the questions that we ask. So until we are also able to free ourselves and say that the Bretton Woods institutions, IMF and World Bank, are not working in the interest of global south. They are working to retain power and control from a white supremacist narrative, and they are trying to ensure that the economies of scale then remain in the favor of the West until we are acknowledging that level of conversation, and until that conversation also comes to the public discourse and public leadership in Kenya. we will still be having these challenges, because when you do not play then to the powers that be from the West, you suddenly start having the challenges. You start having instability. Oh, now you are quite unpopular. And we've seen also puppet governments that have been propped up in the region by some of these institutions. So I totally agree with what you are saying. And we really have to come back and to also tell IMF and World Bank, this is not in our interest, right? It's not working for us.
Samson, unfortunately, we've come to the end of the show. But kama kawaida, it's a great pleasure.
Thank you, Mbuvi.
Karibu tena na tena.
Thank you so much. I want to appreciate you and thank you to you and City for this moment, and also for, the great Kenyans who are doing great work. We have to remain committed. And I always tell my colleagues, great colleagues in ActionAid, that every single day when we wake up, we have our duty to deliver. We do it in the best way that we can. Thank you so much.
Karibu tena sana. Here's where we take a short break, but we'll be right back in the next hour with a different conversation. Kama kawaida, we ask you to interact with us as far as our socials are concerned.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Kenya's Anti-Narcotics Police Unit is intensifying efforts to uncover the network behind 8.2 billion Kenya shillings meth shipment after seizing 7 mobile devices from 6 Iranian nationals. The investigators believe the gadgets hold vital information to identify the masterminds of the transnational drug operation. Court documents filed in Shanzu indicate that the state intends to carry out forensic examinations on the phones belonging to the 6. Every parenting decision must prioritize the child's best interest, especially in cases of custody or separation, says State Department for Children's Services PS Karen Agengo. Speaking on Radio Generation today, Agengo noted that the department supports separated parents in jointly providing for their child. She adds that when custody cases arise, the child is entitled to care from both parents.
Should the parents separate, then the interest of the child is the basic thing that we look at. Actually, the Children's Act says that any action that you take should be in the best interest of the child first. So priority is the child, and then maybe the parents will come on board. So what we look at in the case of separation, the department will support these two parents to see how they can, live together in terms of providing for this child. Where parents are separated, there are issues of custody. So if the parents would like to file for custody, then we say the child is entitled to both of them.
Human rights groups have raised concern over the disappearance of Kenyan activists Bob Njagi and Nicholas Oyo, who went missing in Uganda after reportedly joining opposition campaign activities. Earlier in October 2025, the two were allegedly abducted by armed men in Kampala and have not been seen since. Ugandan authorities have denied holding them, prompting an outcry from rights organizations in Kenya and the region demanding their immediate release. Here's Amnesty International Kenya Executive Director Irungu Houghton.
We call on the Kenya government to use all means necessary to return Bob and Nick to their families. Furthermore, that the Ugandan government has an obligation not to kidnap and to enforcibly abduct Kenyans while they are legitimately and legally, lawfully in Kampala. So we are calling on the Ugandan government to release Bob and Nick back to their families. And as we said at the beginning, we are now moving to the National Assembly and to Senate, and for them to raise their voices on this issue.
The governments of Kenya and Russia have reached an agreement for the release of Kenyan nationals detained in various military camps across the Russian Federation. In a statement issued on Monday, October 27th, 2025, Prime Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet Secretary for Foreign Affairs Musalia Mudavadi said the agreement followed months of consultations aimed at securing the safe returns of Kenyans caught up in Russia-Ukraine conflict. The ministry revealed that the several Kenyans have already been rescued from military bases and issued emergency travel documents to facilitate their safe return home. Mombasa Port is gearing up for a busy period as the festive season approaches, with shipping lines and traders warning of potential delays if operations are not efficiently managed. The Kenya Ports Authority is facing heightened scrutiny to ensure smooth cargo handling amid a surge in vessel traffic expected over the next few weeks. Agayo Ogambi, Chief Executive at Shippers Council for Eastern Africa, emphasized the urgency of preparing the port to handle the spike in shipments. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
Welcome back. It is now 6 minutes past 9 o'clock. How are you doing? I hope wherever you are doing fantastically well. City, there are a lot of comments coming through on YouTube as far as governance is concerned and what we were talking about in the earlier hour. Here? Hizi nitakupatia usome baadaye. Right now, let's focus on a different conversation. We are in studio with the regional manager, regional general manager and managing director of Atlas Copco East Africa Limited. That is none other than Raphael Kiandiko. Today, we want to talk about driving sustainability and energy efficiency in industrial operations. Mr. Raphael, karibu tena sana to Radio Generation. We are glad that you could join us today.
Thank you so much.
Let's talk about Atlas Copco for a minute so that people can understand what you're all about. I know I see your logos everywhere. In buildings I walk into, I see your generators stamped there, but what is Atlas Copco all about?
Yeah, Atlas Copco is an industrial company. Started in 1873, incorporated in 1873 in Belgium. In Sweden, Sweden.
Wow.
It's a Swedish company. It's a global company. And in Kenya, we were incorporated in 1936. So we're about 1936 in Kenya.
Wow.
So we've been quietly
And
been in the
I was
market.
thinking I'm old.
You thought you were old?
Yes.
Wow, that's an amazing heritage.
Yeah, so we're in the industrial services business, and I think we'll have time to talk a little bit more about it.
Right.
Not very much known in the public, but we are behind the scenes doing stuff for the economy, for the companies, for the industries. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Quite interesting about, especially about that 19th century one and the 20th century one. That just like City, I have been blown away because there are companies you see and there are logos you see out here, and they people talk about them over and over and over, and you can understand them from a different time. But for Atlas, that one has completely caught me off guard, and I am glad, and it makes me actually more interested to find out about Atlas Copco, which I am sure we will as we continue continue with our conversation. But let's talk about energy efficiency. This is something that has been spoken about for a while now. We've had conferences to see how we can maintain high productivity, but use less energy, which of course translates to efficiency. How is Atlas Copco coming in that conversation?
Well, we've been in this conversation for many years in Kenya. It's a very important aspect because we have to protect the environment, we have to protect the planet, the people, and we have to make some money. So we have to do business in a way that protects the environment, but also brings in some profits.
Right.
And there is the challenge. But it's a big area on sustainability, energy efficiency in the industry. I want to introduce maybe a bit of products.
Sure.
This can give you an idea of probably what we mean when we talk about energy efficiency.
Go right ahead.
We deal in products that we call compressors. We work with this air. This air is a source of energy, actually.
The one we're breathing in right now.
Yeah, it's a source of energy.
Yes.
Is the industry is called is regarded as a fourth utility after electricity, gas, and water. So the industry, the factories, use air, to drive equipment.
Yes.
And is a big component of industry. Now, to generate this air, compressed air, we call it, requires a lot of energy, and that's where we come in. So we innovate around that to cut in the energy and the footprint consumed by our machines. And of course we have figures and numbers to demonstrate this.
Right.
But very critical that we innovate to cut on the energy consumption for equipment. And for those familiar with the compressed air, we've innovated around products that cut energy consumption by 50%, by 60%. Yeah, and we've been on this journey. For compressors, for example.
So you're making compressors for machinery, to be specific, right?
Yeah, it's a difficult business to explain to people who are not in the industry. But okay, let me say we are in all industries.
Yes.
Everything you see here, has been compressed air has been used to create it.
Wow.
Whether it's computers, phones, semiconductor industry, at the factory, at the production level, they use compressed air.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
The car you've driven in today, we can talk about first the tire inflation, but the assembly, assembling.
Yes.
We are behind the scenes supporting those kind of production. So it's a big industry, compressed air. It finds application in every segment.
Yeah.
In food and beverage, the water we are sipping, compressed air used to produce.
Okay.
So the question I need to ask is there anything we don't use compressed air in creating?
And it's really almost it's like asking whether there is anything you don't use power to create.
When you go to the garage sometimes and then they need to replace your tire or do whatever, then there's that machine they connect to the bolt, and then
correct.
it nuts it and bolts it.
Yeah.
I found out recently, maybe in the last 3 or 4 years, that it actually uses air.
Compressed.
To unbolt and bolt.
Yeah.
I immediately got there's a motor in there. Of course there's a motor, but I thought it was an electric motor that inafungua, until I actually saw him connected to an air outlet, and then I saw that thing happening. What just happened there? And he explained, and I was like, interesting.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed, you got it. That is one of the segments where we call it industrial tools.
Right.
Assembly of aircrafts, assembly of vehicles. And assembly, you need to use tools, pneumatic tools, sometimes pneumatic, air driven. We call them air driven.
Right.
Tools. It's a big sector. It's a big segment. So you don't
like shock absorbers that you're told are pneumatic.
Yes. They use compressed air.
Yeah.
That's why the car is has that hydraulic feel.
Yeah.
It's bouncy.
When you give life to some of these things and you look at examples, you suddenly realize these are things you've actually come across, but you didn't know that is what it was.
You interact with them all the time.
Yes,
all the time.
Right.
Including today. So basically we put the air together, we squeeze it together, we store it, and we deliver it. And this, of course, creates once you compress it, a bit of engineering there on air and gases.
Yes.
And once you deliver it, and you clean it and you dry it and you then it becomes a source of energy.
And it is one of the most abundant substances on earth. I mean, it's literally air.
Yeah.
And you're getting it. It's everywhere. There's no way of putting it. It's literally everywhere.
Yeah.
We also use compressors in our fridges, and our AC in the vehicles and so on and so forth. Yeah. So I mean, clearly now people understand. They have at least a picture.
Indeed.
There must be a lot of research and development going into Atlas Copco. Yeah.
Indeed, yeah, we spend a lot in innovation, research and development to develop products that help us move society forward.
Yeah.
I want to come back a bit to medical gases.
Sure.
From this air, we generate oxygen, for example.
Yeah.
So today, right now, we have our machines and equipment supporting life in hospitals. So from air, we make oxygen, we make nitrogen, or we get nitrogen from the air. Nitrogen is used in packaging, for foodstuffs in the food sector.
Yes.
It's used for drilling, for drilling for water, for drilling for oil, for geothermal drilling in Kenya here.
Right.
What do you call the
where we are actually extracting a lot of our energy and electricity generation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Compressed air is used to do that, to generate, to develop the wells.
Yes.
So it finds application in so many places, in the hospitals, in the industries, in pharmaceuticals, in carpentry, for example. When you are joining stuff.
Yes.
You need compressed air.
I remember one of the biggest conversations, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, was on the issue of ventilators, oxygen in our hospitals and so on and so forth.
Yeah.
How did Atlas come in to probably help that situation? Now that you've mentioned that in the health sector, you are in the medical field, you are very heavily invested in. How did you play out in that particular part?
Yeah, our portfolio that is not really aligned to breathing air as such.
Okay.
We're in the hospitals mainly providing oxygen, usually behind the scenes. You find these equipment in the basement. So we are not in that that segment.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're not in that segment. Yeah.
Yeah, I was actually
if you look at their portfolio and you look at the solution-oriented work that they do.
Yeah.
Raphael is making it sound like they're just behind the scenes. Actually, if you hear of back end or you hear of an operating system, you never see the operating system.
Yes.
What you see is the equipment working.
Indeed.
And that's what they do.
Indeed.
Yes.
Indeed.
They're behind very many things that you take for granted and you deal with on a daily basis, and you never quite see them. But in the absence of the work that they do, that particular solution-oriented appliance would not actually exist, and it would not be able to do what you see it doing. Yes.
Indeed, exactly. Like textiles, for example.
Yes.
The clothes we are wearing, we are behind the scenes because compressed air, drives the looms, the weaving machines. So in production, textile production, you need compressed air. So we are behind that. In you talked about vehicle assembly.
Yes.
And globally, because we are a global company, actually we say that our statistics show that 2 out of every 3 vehicles that you're driven in have been assembled using our technologies.
Oh, really?
Technology. So 2 of us here drove in. Atlas Copco has been behind that
one of our vehicles.
Yeah.
Two of those vehicles.
2 out of 3 globally. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Indeed.
When you hear of industrial gases, when you hear of vacuum pumps systems, it's like the list is almost endless, because these are things that we use at home. These are things that are used in industry. These are things that are used in the service industry. These are things that are used in hospitals.
Yeah.
You don't, as I said, see them, but in the absence of that back-end service that is provided, all these things would actually not be there, neither would they work. Yes.
Indeed, and we support quite a lot of industry.
Yeah.
In Kenya and in the region. So a lot of things we are using today.
Yes.
In Nairobi here today. Atlas Copco has been involved in manufacturing them.
In the region, you're present in how many countries?
We are present in 15 or so countries.
All right.
Starts from Sudan, Khartoum.
Right.
Southern Sudan, that region, Ethiopia, the Eastern Africa, Somaliland, Tanzania, Uganda, all these countries down to Indian Ocean islands, Seychelles, Madagascar, Mauritius, DRC,
right,
and Zambia. Nairobi is a regional
hub, the headquarters
for this operation.
And that means that then you must have a very large staff base in terms of the people that work for Atlas Copco.
On the contrary, not so many, but we work with partners. We work with partners. We leverage technology.
Okay.
Like today, we have engineers around in many places in the region. Working from their cars.
Yes.
We are able to monitor our equipment. Again, I hope we'll talk about that connectivity of equipment.
Yes.
So we can be able to see our equipment wherever they are, and so that helps to manage the bigger region more efficiently. But we have quite a number of engineers working with us, medical engineers.
Actually, let's talk about how you're leveraging on this technology to ensure that there's this connectivity and, of course, to enhance again productivity.
Connectivity and sustainability. They merge together because, for example, all our equipment, they are connected. Not all, many of them, and we are driving to connect.
Yes.
Call it Industry 4.0 to connect all the equipment so that you can relate with them remotely. For example, in DRC, let me give an example. In DRC, we could be having an equipment running there, very critical equipment, say an hospital support equipment.
Oh yeah, that's very critical.
Very critical. So you are able to do predictive support before things happen. You have all the algorithms, you have all the data transmitted to you, and so you can do predictive sort of support, or maintenance, and that means things you take care of things before they happen. And now that brings in the sustainability. You don't have to climb on a plane to go there, spend time.
So you're saving on fuel.
You are saving big time on energy.
Yes.
On energy, on carbon footprint. So there is that convergence between connectivity and sustainability. So I hope I've answered your question about
technology and how you're leveraging it. Yeah.
And of course, we are able to reach our people. We are able to get into machines remotely and have remote teams discussing solutions. And so technology is a big enabler to help us manage such kind of region. Daunting, but manageable.
Can you tell us a little bit about this program that you've had, Water for All?
Yeah.
The one which has traversed more than 50 countries.
Indeed, yes. Yes. Well, this is a global project. Initially, actually started by Atlas Copco employees.
Yes.
But now it has evolved. We have other firms that have joined. We contribute some money every other time to help communities
as
not
employees.
access clean water.
Okay.
And the company doubles what we've contributed globally. And we provide water to deserving communities. We've done quite a number of water for all in Kenya, in Migori, for example. Eden Gumbesi is one project we did in Kitui in Uganda. So we put these monies together and help develop boreholes or provide water for these communities, needy communities. So that is water for all. Very, very well received, because some of these communities are really, really deserving.
One of the things about CSR is the standard measure is the impact. A problem that has persisted in this country from the time of independence, even before it, has been clean water. Not water. We have plenty of water.
Clean
water is the problem.
Clean, hygienic water that you can actually use. Now, so when a water solution is actually found, the ripple effect is actually profound, because apart from simply eliminating very many diseases that would otherwise have been found in water which was not clean, you then enable people to actually work towards being, should we say, agriculturally independent, meaning food secure.
Yeah.
So you provide water, but the ripple effect is actually quite profound.
Indeed, even education in some of these communities, you know, students, pupils walk long distances to access water.
Oh, they do?
Yeah,
yes.
In some of these very deserving communities. So once you provide a community borehole, so it saves time for the children, for the mothers. So the ripple effect, the benefit is really quite big.
Okay.
See, the time that you'd have spent in looking for that water is now spent doing something else.
Doing something more
that would also be beneficial to you.
More beneficial. Indeed.
In terms of the expanding market within the region and perhaps even beyond, what are some of the strategies that Atlas Copco is employing to ensure that you maintain yourselves as the leaders that you are in the industry?
Yeah, of course, we want to cover the globe, innovate around sustainability, and provide solutions that help society across the globe. In our region, there are gaps. We continue to expand. Right, we have one office here in Nairobi, Atlas Copco office, and one in Zambia. We'd like to cover more countries more effectively. So to the extent that we find there's a business case to locate an office in our region, we do that. And so this is always an ongoing discussion. Where do we set up next? So that we can combine or mix direct, we say remote, but also physical presence, because face to face also, closer to the clients, also has its own benefits. So we have plans to expand in the region in terms of our presence. We have plans, for example, in Kenya, there are regions we've not covered very well, like Northeastern. We are looking for partners to help us.
Why is Northeastern? And I know this probably is a question I would ask every other business person. That region seems to be either forgotten, neglected, as much as now we have devolution and we have a lot of development happening in those areas. But we are in 2025 and they're still having this challenge. Why so?
Well, let me talk about from the technical and business perspective for us, not the political. Is the area of is accessibility actually. It's accessibility, could be security. It could also be the size of the business potential in that region. Because we want to do it also sustainably and profitably. But we are saying we have I didn't mention all the products that we do. If you allow me,
please.
We have
enough time.
Generators, for example. Generators. We know the north, for example, not only the north. We know they are not fully,
connected to the grid.
So we provide, generators, and we go beyond. Actually, not generators. We call them microgrids. We can use technology to combine your generator with your wind power mill, with your electricity, with your other sources of power, and with solar. So we have solutions in these areas. So we use technology and knowledge. We can bundle together these technologies and give you a microgrid. And I think this is really, for Northeastern, for example, this is really a required power. Is really a required service, because power drives development. So Northeastern, our footprint is not very big. We still have equipment there. Other countries like Djibouti, Eritrea, Somali, we are looking for partners also to grow into those regions. So if I answered you, we are moving out of Nairobi with physical presence, with partners, because we cannot do it alone. We possibly efficiently cannot do it alone. Have a big organization that takes care of these all these markets, geographical markets.
What I'm actually hearing is opportunity here. With every one of those sentences that you've just given us, I'm hearing opportunities. You're looking for partners, and you'd like to connect with people in Djibouti, or even people here who are able to provide those services in Djibouti. So for a potential partner, hebu tuambie, who is this?
Paul, from the tone of your voice, this man is talking to you more politely than I've heard him talking to anybody. Why did you say, Rafael, I have this company.
Some of the potential partners, tell us, what kind of partner are you looking for? Someone who's got what?
Usually most challenges finding potential partners in our region is the technical aspect. So you've said we are very technical company or products are technical. Sometimes maybe they don't move so fast because they are mainly project based. So to find partners who want to invest in engineers and train them is usually a challenge.
Yes.
Although we step in and support. So we look for a partner who is willing to invest in people.
In the human resource.
Mainly we work a lot with engineers. Of course there's a financial aspect. They should be able to procure and all that. We look at also compliance is a big issue globally now. Where do you sell your products? What clients? What are you exporting to other countries? That is a big area. But we're looking for people who are hungry for business basically, and they really want to develop their business and grow with us. One of our core values is commitment. Actually, we've been here since 1936, and once we get good partners, it's almost for life. If we align, if we align, we
actually it is something that is unique in this sense. If you find partners and they are local, first of all, you benefit from the knowledge they have, which you might not necessarily have, because they're local. But secondly, they are easy to identify with the locals. So when it's like they're gatekeepers. So when you work with them, you immediately start taking advantage of whatever goodwill they have. Now, which brings me to my question. There are two aspects of your work that I found uniquely interesting.
Thank you.
One is the portable equipment and the rentals. What's the thinking behind this?
Portable equipment, if you allow me, I'll mention a little bit.
We have time.
Sure.
Yes.
We have time. Okay. Construction, for example, when you are building roads, you need compressed air, you need to drill, you need that equipment, portable equipment. In pumping, in dewatering, we call it. And we're talking about massive movement of water. We're not talking about the small pump at home. We look at dewatering for mines. Migori here, there's been a lot of accidents because a lot of water has gone into the mines. You need to evacuate
that water,
millions of liters of water. So we're in that space.
Okay.
We are able to do that.
Water from quarries, maybe
or mines, cities. When Nairobi floods, we have pumps that can do millions of liters of water in a very short period of time. So we are also into emergency services in that sense.
Yes.
In that sense. Or broken dams where you need to support with mechanical equipment. So I'm coming to your point about rental. Rental has not picked a lot in our country, in our region. In more advanced economies, they depend on rental so much. Rental for bicycles, as you know, rental for computers and all that. But this concept, of course, helps with if you budgeting. You don't want to have a big capital outlay when you are starting your business. So it's a short period of time. Maybe you're doing exploration in Turkana, for example. You don't want to spend so much, and you're exploring. You don't know the outcome. Now that space you can use rental equipment, short-term commitment, and so we keep the equipment and we rent it out to you, and we provide the support, because support is critical, because these equipments must be uptime. They must be available when you need them and when you call them.
So this, of course, like you said, most of these products you have are project based. So I don't have to buy this equipment. I can rent it for the period of time that I have this project and not bear the burden of having to keep it beyond that particular time. And I think that's actually a good idea in terms of kama badala ya kununua equipment moja for I don't know how much they cost. He'll probably tell us. If you're looking at costs, what range are we looking at? You can start with buying, and then you can let us also know in terms of rental.
It's actually a balance. For example, if you have you own your own equipment, it has, of course, its other benefits. If you own your equipment, and you need, maybe you have a shutdown for maintenance. For example, cement companies, they shut down for a month or two, to maintain their equipment. Or you have a breakdown. and you want a quick solution, because these equipments are not readily available. It takes time to build them, to deliver them. So those gaps you can fill in with the rental equipment.
Okay.
Or could be you have a short assignment, like I said, project. Or could be your capital outlay. You don't want to tie your money in capital equipment. So you go for rental. The pricing is a big range, because we are dealing from the petrol stations, more compressor, to compressors used in the mines. And these are massive projects. We are talking about projects can be millions of dollars.
Okay.
Projects can be as little as 100,000 Kenya shillings, or 130. So it's a wide range depending on the application. So I'll not be able to guide you on pricing. Depends on the project. But they are huge projects also we deal with, especially in mining.
You know, one of the problems with owning is when you now require to service whatever it is you have bought. See, rental makes it easier. Now, you can buy it and have a service contract, yes. But when it's a rental, remember, the length of time you keep it is what determines how much you're going to pay, whatever it is you're going to use it for. So those who provide that benefit immensely when it serves you the way it should. Because then they're guaranteed that they will not just get business, but probably get more business. So part of what rentals do, you see, I was thinking of the motor industry. And when what they call it leasing in the motor industries.
Leasing, indeed.
What it does, you get the equipment you need to do what you need to do with it, but at the same time, the service component, because that is usually where the problem arises.
There's a cost component, of course, because we have to guarantee you uptime. And so these are trade-offs you have to make. So we have to price it in a way that when there are emergencies, when it's old hours, when it's weekend, when it's holiday, we guarantee you uptime. So the pricing also matters. But really looking at the entire project, math or numbers, then there are many cases for rental. Especially in oil and gas, there is a lot of rental, and even industry. There's a lot of rental opportunities.
At least makes perfect sense in oil and gas, because if I'm exploring, why would I want to buy the equipment when I may not even be certain that I'll get the oil that I want?
Indeed.
See, I'm better off renting.
So you dig for like a year, unaona hapa hakuna. Move to the next one, una dig hapa hakuna. So after 3 years, you can return the equipment.
Yes. So it comes in that place. At the same time, there are people want to control, companies, organizations that want to control their equipment, their assets. Is our compressor, is our generator. We have total control of it, and there is also space for that. Control of the assets. So outright capital purchase. So it's really a balance. It's really a balance. But we have those solutions. Outright purchase, rental, we have all the way.
So when we're looking at compressor, vacuum, industrial or power technique, which one do you think has, or rather is showing a great growth potential in this region?
Construction is a big area in Africa. Now I talk about dams, projects, mines, energy, we under supplied with energy is a big area. Energy supply is big area. So there's a huge opportunity in the construction and mining. Our industry is not growing as fast, but it's growing also. We happen to be here in Kenya. We happen to be the most industrialized. If we look by our equipment, because we can tell the health from our equipment, we can tell the health of the industry, because we monitor, we see what equipments are running, how long are they running, we tally those hours, and we can tell the activity, industrial activity in a country. Of course, it promises a lot of we have a lot to do in the industry. So there's huge potential. I think it's a question of time. Africa, there is a lot we can do almost in every sector. Because if you go to supermarkets, you see a lot of things that we import. All those need to be, many of those we can manufacture here. and this of course requires our services and other support services. So the quickest I would say is construction. And countries that do mining like Tanzania, that is big, because mining also is their concept is they are in for some time, is a lease, 30 years or whatever years, and they want to extract as much as possible. So there you need a lot of support, a lot of equipment, and so in that sense, then the opportunities for us and other suppliers are huge and faster, if I may say.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, for a company that has been specifically in Kenya, right?
Yeah.
Since the 1930s.
Indeed. Yeah.
You're almost clocking 100 years, eh?
Yeah.
Which
and
is
I'll call you for a celebration.
Oh yeah.
We'll call you for a celebration.
Nitakuja haraka sana.
We the other day did 150 years here in Nairobi. One global
for the global
company. 150 year celebration. Yeah.
Wow.
Go on. Sorry.
Yeah. So the question I was going to ask.
Yeah.
How has it been, having been here for a century, in terms of even just uptake, customers getting to understand these products and actually getting to say, you know what, if I want to do this, I will come to Atlas Copco. Being here for a century, how has it been?
Yeah, that longevity has helped us a lot. Our brand name, we are well known in the region, but also it comes with these risks, because you can also be complacent. We've been here, we've done it.
You get too comfortable.
Yeah, you can get comfortable. So it's sort of a dicey situation.
Right.
We're fortunate. We have a good brand visibility. We have good market shares. If you for compressors, if you go to any factory and plant in manufacturing, you are likely to find an Atlas Copco product. So in that sense, we are lucky in that sense.
Yeah.
But again, I said it can also be you really have to evolve, to adapt, to build new solutions, to innovate, and to bring new solutions to the market. To keep developing.
It's interesting when you say it can bring in complacency. What are some of the, because you can, there's no way you'll survive for over 100 years, or rather for at the very least 100 years in a region such as this without employing some unique marketing strategies. So what are some of the strategies you can say that this one for us has worked? And of course, marketing has evolved over the years. Like right now, there's a lot of influencer marketing, there's a lot of digital marketing, and so on and so forth. What would you say that you have employed, and especially in the new era we are in right now, that is working for you?
Well, actually, we say we are product driven. We build good products. We build products that use less energy. They are more efficient. We build products that are reliable, that are robust, so that when you purchase our equipment, you are guaranteed of availability, and that is what sets us apart. And then we have a big competent aftermarket support. That is extremely important for a technical business.
Yes.
We have very qualified engineers. They've been trained locally, they've been trained globally, been to universities. They've been trained on the job, because that support is extremely important.
Right.
And remote and in remote regions. The other day I flew to Kisumu, took a drive to Karamojong. Behind there is a lot of work happening there, cement, mining.
Right.
And is from where the services are here is quite remote.
Yes.
So if you have to if they have to purchase your equipment, then they need reliability. They need support. You can't get there in 24 hours.
Yeah.
So really
they need it instantly.
That our strength has been the efficiency, the effectiveness, the robustness of our equipment, but also the support. Because that's why I talked about predictive maintenance, remote monitoring.
Right.
So that while you are remote there, and usually mines are in very remote areas, you can get some sort of support and you are not stranded.
So this means also that your customer support has got to be, again, top notch. Because having to be in touch and in contact with your customer, I'm assuming for it has to be 24/7.
24/7. We get calls any time, because
2 a.m., 3 a.m.
2 a.m., 3 a.m. So we really have to up our game. We train our people, our engineers, to sort a problem once you go to a site.
Yeah.
just
solve
one
it
time,
and
solve
let's
it,
not go back because of the same.
and get out of that site. So we try on that. Of course, it's not perfect, but we keep on equipping our people. We do a lot. We are big on training. We are big on growth mindset. And our people are really activated to offer that kind of support. So that, in a way, sets us apart. Yeah.
You have well-motivated, well-trained engineers. Given what you do and the diversity of things that you do, when providing solutions that perhaps doesn't fit into the mold of what you've done, do you people design solutions that would fit the need that a specific client has?
Yeah, indeed. We have what we call custom design.
Yes.
Yeah. And we often come across those situations, a specific requirement, unique, and you have to deliver a solution. So we work with our research and development engineers.
Yes.
To custom design, to fit your jacket, to fit you. We do that. Yeah, we have that business, and usually we do it a lot in oil and gas. They really have unique requirements. Yeah, but that is available. However, we prefer to have standard equipment. It's easier to manage. That can take care of a number of applications, if we say. But yes, indeed, we do.
But you see, the moment you talk about oil and gas and you talk about equipment, there's the issue of getting them to the site.
Yes.
Surely, now we're referring to logistics.
Yeah.
How exactly do you do this? Or is it up to the client?
No. Actually, thanks for bringing that. It's a big aspect of our business.
Yes.
It's a big aspect of our business. How do you get products to the sites? Big aspect. And of course, we work with partners, logistics and freighting companies. But we have a fully pledged logistics team. We do quite some unique things. I remember sometime we had to take some huge equipment that could not travel on Kenyan roads because of the weight. And we broke them down, took them to Lake Victoria, put them on a boat across to Tanzania in a small, not really a port, a small port called Nungwe Bay. And we offloaded the equipment there. And we had to offload, just to underscore or to underline or to emphasize the kind of things sometimes we are required to do. So the logistics must be top notch. We have countries that are really challenging logistic-wise. Trade flow, Ethiopia, for example. Trade flow is not very easy in Ethiopia. So really, in documentation and all that, you really have to be on top of the game. Have we failed sometimes? Yes, but largely we've been able to deliver our solutions, our equipment to the remotest of parts.
Would you then not say that where trade flow provides hiccups like the ones you mentioned, that they also provide you with an enormous opportunity for learning?
For learning,
yes,
and for indeed, I agree, absolutely, for learning, but also is an opportunity to set yourself apart.
Yes,
yeah. So if you get in and do it well.
Yes, because if you overcome the difficulties that you encounter, it therefore means that indeed you are a solution-oriented outfit.
Indeed, exactly, exactly. Yeah. So we face those kind of challenges in our business.
Yeah, because I was actually going to ask you about some of the pain points, because especially in a region like this one, they have to be quite a number. So other than that one, is there another one that perhaps you would like to highlight and perhaps even let us know how you're dealing with that challenge?
Well, there are many challenges.
I mean, I'm sure
business.
A business wouldn't be a business without those challenges.
Yeah, there are many challenges.
Right.
But again, if you flip them many times, there are opportunities. But I want to talk about policy.
Okay.
The policy aspect.
All right.
Of an area we don't, as in industry, we, our countries do not support a lot the development of our industry, or they could do better, our governments.
Okay.
Because, for example, we could have policies that reward energy efficiency. In many other countries, Western countries,
yes,
they have import structures that support. If you bring in an efficient compressor, computer, you get a rebate, you get some tariff that is preferential.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah. In terms of reward that way, I actually now understand. What I thought was maybe when you say reward was an award ceremony of sorts where we say at last I've done this one, so Shikeni for the year 2025. But I think that should actually happen. Yeah,
that can really support growth, because look at it, we need to eat, we need to use phones, we need to all this kind of we need to drink, we support the beer in the industry. So if companies and industries, if they work in a way that is more sustainable, they bring in more solutions or equipment that are more efficient, then from a policy perspective, this can really help.
How do you then lobby
industry?
How do you lobby the government to see your point of view, and of course you and your partners in the industry?
There are different forums, but the Association of Manufacturers is one big one. Kenya Association of Manufacturers is a sort of a focal point where these ideas are lobbied. But I would wish there's more support to the industry, because it really means a lot to our economies.
Of course.
And
I want to talk about the inaugural Atlas Copco Business Symposium, which is happening tomorrow. Maybe give us a bit of insight into that.
We have a big event tomorrow. We are bringing in a specific segment, and we looking at the building industry, or products, but we are looking at the building, because we have solutions for energy storage. I didn't mention that. Is big today, renewable energy. You tap your solar, you store it
in a battery.
And you can use it. Energy storage, our generators is really good for the buildings, building industry. I just came in from the basement,
right?
And I think that time you are running on a generator.
Yes.
So we really want to bring the solutions, the innovations that we have in this area to the symposium. We need to bring about pumping. Many of our basements and buildings in Nairobi, when it rains, you are not able to access the basements.
Kwanza huku Athi River, hebu kujeni huko. Shida kubwa sana huko.
We can solve that. We can solve that for our clients. We are looking at the downstream. Let me call it petrol stations.
Right.
We are looking at that segment because in a petrol station you need a compressor to inflate your tire. You may need the tools that you talked about, pneumatic tools.
Right.
You need a generator because when you want your fuel at the pump and the mains is not on, is not working, then you cannot wait. So we have solutions for the petrol stations. Let me call it that way. That segment. We have solutions for construction, which we want to discuss. Quite innovative solutions for construction. Tomorrow we have like solar. We call it lighting towers. Lighting towers.
The ones in the streets usually, the very tall ones.
Not those masts.
Oh, okay.
Now these is a sort of you have a tower of lights, usually used for if you want to work at night.
Okay.
You can illuminate your area and you work effectively. If it's a concert, you need lighting towers.
Or like the floodlights.
Sort of. We have those solutions. And now
I'm now getting to visualize what he's saying.
Yes. And now, this usually there is a generator behind it, and you have the lights, and there's a lot of technology about what lights you use, the brightness and all that, what area to cover. But in that area, for example, we are doing solar
lighting. So that means if I'm having a construction on an ongoing construction, I don't have to stop it at darkness. I can continue.
No, you don't. And that happens in construction, in minings. Usually they don't stop and they work 24/7. They have lighting towers. That is something we want to discuss and showcase the technologies that we have in our portfolio. So I mentioned construction. I mentioned the petrol stations. We can call it oil and gas. I mentioned manufacturing as well, because we have a lot of solutions in manufacturing, right from right from piping of your air, your compressed air. A lot of technology there that saves you energy. So Today, just an example. Today, people use, the normal GI pipes, and there you waste a lot of energy, to pipe your air. Now we go in there as engineers. We show you, and we have ways to show you the benefit, and and bring this value to our clients. So there is a lot around industry. There is a lot we want to showcase on the pharma industry.
Right.
Something I have to ask, because this is something that has always, since you're a technological company, or you provide technical solutions and solutions, the discussion around desalination.
Yeah.
Are you people involved in that line of work?
No, we are not directly involved in desalination, called reverse osmosis and all that. But now the equipment doing that, they'll need a
compressor somewhere.
A compressor. In most cases, they'll need a compressor to maintain some pressures, and that's why a pump. They'll need a pump, and that's how we come in. But directly in desalination, no. But we're in climate. Climate control is a big business today globally. Thank
you for bringing it up, because that was going to be my next question.
Yes. Climate control. There are countries where they need heating because of climate change. There are places where it gets very hot, and you want to work in a factory. So what do you do? When climate control, we are heat pumping, cooling, and also in mines, for example, they could be very dusty. Just an example.
Yes.
In that business is technology driven. You can manage the environment for people to work, for people to be healthier. So we're in climate control.
So when you install equipment that is supposed to help, whether it's in industry, whether it's in oil and gas, you commission this equipment.
Indeed, yeah.
Now there's the aspect of decommissioning.
Yes.
How do you go about that?
For rental is the processes are really developed there.
Yes.
Yeah, easy, straightforward. Not necessarily easy, but we have a good process to do that.
Okay.
Yes.
For capital equipment where you've installed it in your plant, we have elaborate plans. First is safety. Safety, we really have to, because these things are dangerous. These equipment safety can be a big issue. So we have how do I call it? We have a team of people. A team of experts looking at how do we decommission, how do we demobilize from a site, and their checklist to check what do we need to do. Is it safe? Do you target? You are dealing with power, sometimes very high, high voltage. So you need to have a checklist based on safety, and we have elaborate ways, and we've done it for many years globally. We are fortunate, so we've sort of established ways to decommission successfully our equipment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have about 3 minutes. In terms of tomorrow, who are you expecting to come to this symposium? What are the requirements, if any?
Yeah, we're looking for people in I said in construction, in building, buildings. We're looking for people in manufacturing. We're looking for not clients, not people. We're looking for clients in oil and gas, as we said, petrol stations.
Right.
We're looking. Anyone can, most of us will need a generator. It could be a standby generator. You have mains, standby generator. We are looking at that. We're also looking at business. People would want to partner with us. It's an opportunity to have a look at what we offer, our portfolio, and to check, to review, to assess whether we can work together. So we also looking to meet business people.
Okay. Must be. I'm sure it will be quite interesting, because you're also looking for B2B kinds of collaborations. Indeed. B2C. So in terms of requirements, do I just come walk in and then
No, it's not a walk in.
Okay.
It's not a walk in. We have a controlled attendance. We have expected invited guests, but I think we will not refuse you to come in. We check. We'll not refuse you to come in. You can come in and hear.
So what you're saying is we simply arrive and say, "Ebu tuitie Raphael."
I get to the gate and then they say, "Soja, nitie nani."
We'll take care about that, but we don't expect walk-ins. We don't expect walk-ins.
Okay.
But yeah, we have that flexibility. But we have a targeted sort of
audience
for tomorrow. Yeah.
And just to get back to that issue of policy, we have a minute now.
Yeah.
To get back to the issue of policy, you're saying that also government will be, you're looking to engage rather government through KAM and perhaps even other forms of conversations.
Indeed. Indeed.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Raphael, for this conversation. I think tomorrow where we should actually even do a postmortem after that. Kama utakuwa na nafasi njoo tuongee hapa hivi to get to understand much more on that.
I should find some time.
Actually, it's even better because after that, coming to tell us exactly how it worked, what happened, and what perhaps needs to be done. A follow-up would be useful.
Thank you for the offer.
Asante.
Yes. That is Raphael Kiandiko. He is the Regional General Manager and Managing Director of Atlas Copco East Africa Limited. Driving sustainability and energy efficiency, of course, is their business. So if you'd like to engage with them, of course, if you actually just Google Atlas Copco, my friend, you will get a lot of information there and also their contact information and get to engage with them. For myself and City, tunasema bye-bye till tomorrow morning. Same time?
Kwaherini.
All right. Tuonane kesho bali na early.
O'clock.
Radio generation, the sound is fine. Pump it up, turn it high all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A man has been charged at Shanzu Court in Mombasa County with being a member of the terrorist group Al-Shabaab. Alwi Mohammed Sharif appeared before the court on Monday, October 27, 2025, accused of facilitating the recruitment of one Athman Mohammed. Accused of facilitating the recruitment of one Athman Mohammed, the prosecution opposed his release on bond. The case will be mentioned on November 10th, 2025.
That on the 25th day of June 2025, at around 9:11 p.m. at Mombasa Township within Mombasa County, provided Kenya shillings 6,922 through M-Pesa reference number TFP5D B5WAL.
Kenyans remain deeply patriotic and united in defending their country despite internal challenges. However, disillusionment arises when citizens lose faith in the leaders they have elected to represent them. This is according to the interim executive director of Action Aid International Kenya, Samson Orao. Speaking on Radio Generation, Orao says that while Kenyans may differ on many issues, they always come together when their nation is threatened. He adds that the problem lies with the leadership that often fails to match the public's faith and expectations.
This country. I think having traveled to different places of the world, Kenyans are one of the most hardworking populations I have ever come across. We are very patriotic as Kenyans. We have our own challenges internally, but you see whenever, whether it's Jirani just across the border, or whenever somebody else wants to come and attack Kenyans, you see we all gang up together and we say, we will teach you a lesson. That tells you that people still believe in the country. The disillusionment comes in when we look at the people that we have elected to office that now make a lot of promises in campaigns. We will provide free primary education, and then now you are struggling with issues around capitation. We will ensure that there's employment, and we see young people, 76% of young people are not employed. So this creates a lot of discontent then.
The National Assembly Housing and Urban Development Committee has called on contractors working on affordable housing projects to increase the number of workers on site. During an inspection tour of various projects in Nairobi County on Monday, the committee noted that some contractors had reduced their workforce despite receiving timely payments from the government. MPs, however, said the project remains on track and are progressing within the set timelines.
Which we are asking the ministry that if you knew or if you know that PPP takes so much time, please do not enter any other agreement with any investor on PPP unless the investor proves they have money.
Our ask as a committee, as the chairperson has said, is that we need more people on this site. The capacity of this site does not warrant the number of people we are finding. So we would expect big sites to have thousands of people working on those sites, even for the program to be able to be implemented in shorter periods.
President Alassane Ouattara has won re-election in the Ivory Coast presidential vote, according to provincial results. The country's Independent Electoral Commission announced on Monday that the 83-year-old incumbent had won a fourth term with 89.77% of the ballots cast. Nearly 9 million Ivorians were eligible to vote on Saturday in a race that excluded Ouattara's top rivals. Ex-President Laurent Gbagbo was barred over criminal conviction, and former Credit Suisse CEO Tidjane Thiam was disqualified for acquiring French citizenship. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning.